I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So glad you could make it today. It's going to be a fun stream. So we've got a fun topic. Talking about the Wankel Rex today. One of the most famous and most important Tyrannosaurus specimens ever discovered. It was discovered on this day in 1988 by Kathy Wankel. We'll be talking about that story. You will be quite familiar with that by the end of this broadcast. It's great to have you here. Let me adjust this light real quick, and then I'll introduce myself. And you've got a great question there, Spooky Woof. We'll talk about that too. Did Tyrannosaurus have feathers? It's a great question. There we go. That's a bit better there. A bit more light in here. Yeah. And now, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hello to everybody who's here right now. Let me introduce myself real quick, in case you happen to be new around here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? First of all, what is a paleontologist? You probably know already. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work mostly on dinosaurs. No surprise, given my surroundings here, right? As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I dig up dinosaurs like I was doing this past summer out in Utah and Wyoming. Check out the VODs. I was live streaming it. So again, if you're new and you would like to see some recordings of some live dinosaur digs, check out the VODs if they're still on Twitch at this point, or check out the YouTube page. Anyway, I work on dinosaurs, but every weekday I stream here on Twitch. This is my means of reaching out to the public, talking to people about science, sharing my passion for the fossil record with all of you, and answering your questions to the best of my ability. So again, if you've ever wanted to hang out with a paleontologist or ask whatever dinosaur questions you have, this is your opportunity. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yes. Who have we got here in chat? A bunch of people. Smorphosaurus was first today. How you doing, Smorf? Arle. How are you doing, Arle? Welcome, welcome. Kodali, Thagomismer, Cephalon Wolf. Ken is here. You're early today, Ken. Holy cow. Welcome back, Ken. It's good to see you. Hope your week is off to a good start. Pimpcat, Cactus Jack, Claire Burr. Howdy, howdy, Claire. Hope you're doing well. Kodali, Matt M33, Welted Thistle. Incinerate Gaming. How you doing, Incinerate? Mia Miyakoda. What's shaking? Ruler2112. Hello, hello. Sysadmin. How are you doing, Sysadmin? Welcome back. Glad to have you here. Lynn Moon. How are you doing? Stink of my rear. How are you doing? Let's talk about Rex, baby. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about Rex. It's good to have you here, Stink. Welcome, welcome. Steely Dan. What's shaking? Did Tyrannosaurus have lips? Could they smooch? I don't know if they'd be doing much smooching, but they probably did have lips that would at least cover their teeth. You know, like lizards do. Cooking Fat, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's glad to have you here. Baja Smancer. Hello, hello. Yeah. And Ramen War Cult. You're describing what I had for lunch today. A big steaming bowl of War Cult. No, I had ramen for lunch. Welcome, Ramen War Cult. Great to have you here. Birchdenon says, I like the shirt. Thank you, Birchdenon. Brand new shirt today. Yeah. Well, not brand new. I washed it once. I actually stuck it in a pot of boiling water for a while because it was just slightly too big. I had to shrink it just a bit. It was a little billowy. But I like it now. I think it's going to work. Put that into the rotation, you know? It blends in with our brown background here. You know, my office is rather brown, I suppose. And it'll probably be even more brown once I end up moving, because it looks like I might actually move to a different office. But anyway, yeah. Mammals and their brown. Exactly, Jody Fish. Welcome, welcome. Megan M, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. Delano, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And is that everybody? C-Mark Love. How is the Allosaurus skull? What do you think? C-Mark. Let's get your appraisal. I think it's looking pretty good. But, what are your thoughts? Yeah, I am, pretty excited about this thing. I think it turned out pretty well. I'm gonna be, doing some smoothing and sanding and gap filling, like this gap in the maxilla here, and then some painting at some point. But, that's not today. Today we've got other stuff going on. And I'm actually printing a new dinosaur skull at this very moment. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave, welcome back. It's good to have you here. Sneaking on your break. I hope they're treating you well at the new job, Dinosaur Dave. It's good to have you here. And Monkey Rig says, that's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, Allosaurus. Allosaurus. Not Tyrannosaurus. I suspect there will be some new people coming in today to chat who go, wow, I love your T-Rex skull in the background. I'd be like, thank you. That's a T-Rex skull. Baby T-Rex. This is Allosaurus. And thank you, Reagan Nation. I appreciate that very much. And holy cow, we got my sub goal. Let's adjust that, shall we? Here, let's make that. Since we already got one from Reagan Nation, let's drop the sub goal by one. There we are. Excellent. Good stuff. That's 49 instead of 50 because of you, Reagan Nation. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Gooberfish says, that's impressive 3D printing. I appreciate that, Gooberfish. All of these are 3D printed that you see here. Yeah. Very nice. And I've got another one written right now. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Rayzilla says, what's the best kind of dinosaur and why is it sauropods? Rayzilla, I'm actually printing a sauropodomorph right now. Yeah, one of the earliest of the sauropodomorphs that we have. Sauropods are pretty cool dinosaurs. That's the thing. Paleontologists, especially dinosaur paleontologists, we like sauropods on paper, but we curse the name sauropod. We curse their vastness. They are such a pain in the butt to dig up because they are too big. They're the biggest animals that ever walked the earth. You could make an argument that they're the heaviest animals to ever exist on our planet too. They're heavier than whales, certainly, because whales, they live in the water. They're essentially weightless. Not so for sauropods. They had to support their entire bulk on land. Anyway, and believe it or not, they're even heavier after they've been fossilized, and much more delicate. So yeah. Welcome, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for gifting Rayzilla. I appreciate that. Yeah. That's a tremendous number of gift subs, Dinosaur Dave, and I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah. And Rayzilla says, that's why they're my favorite, because they're so big. Yeah, some sauropods grew to astonishing sizes.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I often do. Stink, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you kindly. We've got a hype train going now. Beautiful. That is lovely. Let's see how high we can get with that hype train. And if we get to our sub goal today, I'll have to play some ukulele songs.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Anyway, dinosaurs, sauropods, the biggest creatures to ever walk our planet. Truly astonishing. Just enormous. Weighed as much as 9 elephants, as long as an A320 airplane, or thereabouts. Yeah. 12 meters longer than blue whales. Than, the largest of the blue whales. This is an animal that's almost as big as a Boeing 737. That's an animal that big that walked around on land. That's nuts. And Reaganation, holy cow. Incredible. Allosaurus.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Reaganation, 20 gift subs. There are now 20 people in the chat who won't have to worry at all about ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you, Reaganation. Thank you very, very much for that. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach. Thank you for supporting me. Thanks for keeping this young scientist off the streets, Reaganation. I appreciate that very much. Holy cow. Yeah. Brilliant, Reaganation. Truly brilliant. Thank you very, very much. Holy cow. Hugin says, wouldn't Godzilla be bigger? I mean, he would, if he were real. Yeah.
Well, it may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch.
It does go a long way. Thank you, Sir David. And thank you, Stink of my rear, for the 500 bits. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Phenomenal. Yeah. Delano says, how close were these guys, sauropods, to the theoretical maximum size that land creatures can be? Pretty close, probably. I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, the largest of the sauropods, they're larger, significantly larger than the largest mammals that ever walked the earth. So things like Indricotheres or giant elephants, things like, what is that, Paleoloxodon or Dinotherm? Paleoloxodon. These guys got so much bigger because they were much more efficient in the way that they held their bulk. They had this complex series of air sacs and hollows through their vertebrae, hooked up to the lungs and their respiratory system. These are evolutionary adaptations that mammals never developed. That might be kind of the secret sauce for the success of these dinosaurs and how they're able to get so very, very large. So yeah. You know, there's a neat clip actually. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see. You know what? Shoot. I don't know if we're going to be able to find that one clip that I was looking for, but we can watch an Eon's video real quick. How did dinosaurs get so huge? You know? Yeah. Let's take a look at
Part of why we're so
this.
fascinated with extinct dinosaurs, I think, is that some of them were just so big. It is hard to imagine animals walking around on the surface of the planet that size. Speaking as a mammal that's
Trappy Jenkins says, dinosaurs got so big because they just wanted it more, you know? Our heart just wasn't in the game, but they were in it to win it. Oh, yeah. You know, those sauropods, they're real lunch pail players, just coming in, day out, you know, grazing on food, you know, just constantly eating. They're in the background just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, they weren't these flashy players, you know, like whales that, you know, use the buoyancy of water to, you know, to make them essentially weightless. They're just there on land, coming in, day out, and, you know, getting it done. Yeah.
about 2 meters tall. I gotta say, it's hard to grasp what it would be like to be in the presence of a creature as tall as a 5-story building. And yet, they existed. From the Jurassic to the Cretaceous periods when our ancestors were the size of voles and shrews, dinosaurs like Supersaurus, Sauroposeidon, and Argentinosaurus were shaking the earth. So how did they get to be so big, and why did we mammals never even come close to dinosaurs in size?
Trappy says they just wanted it more. You know?
The most massive animal ever is, of course, a mammal. The
most massive? Sure, you know, maybe. There may have been ichthyosaurs that would have actually exceeded the blue whale in terms of mass, and almost certainly length. And apparently there were other whales like Peru cetus, which was just described this past summer, back in July, I believe, that may have rivaled or even surpassed the blue whale in size. And Stink, thank you for those 5 gift subs. We are now more than halfway to our sub goal. Thank you. Thank you, Stink. That is excellent, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Rayzilla says, did sauropods sleep standing up, or did they lay down and curl up? I don't know, Rayzilla. It's a good question. I'm really not sure. Yeah. Huh. I wonder how we would go about testing this hypothesis. You know, sauropods sleeping standing up. Maybe you would look for adaptations in the skeletons of modern mammals that sleep standing up sometimes. Like horses will sometimes sleep standing up. Cows do not, I don't think. I think that's a myth, actually. I've seen a lot of cows lying down sleeping. But horses very well might have some sort of like locking mechanism in their legs that might be visible on their skeletons. If we found something similar in sauropods, then that would be a clue. But not finding that does not necessarily mean that these animals did not sleep standing up. So I don't know. Yeah. A sauropod bed trace fossil. That would be super cute. It would also probably be huge, Claireburr. Yeah. Yeah. Dinosaur Dave says secondary fossils of imprints from their lying down. Think how big that would be, though. You know? It'd be as big as a swimming pool, maybe, but much more shallow. I don't... Yeah. How difficult would that be to identify in the first place when you're in the field? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, back to this, talking about gigantism and sauropods. Play.
Blue whale. It can get up to 30 meters long and weigh as much as 145 metric tons, more than twice as heavy as the most massive known dinosaur. But to be fair, the rules of biomechanics are different in the water.
Yes, they
Buoyancy
are.
and blubber can do amazing things, allowing sea creatures to grow to sizes that would be impossible on land. But when it comes to the largest terrestrial animals, mammals were never any competition for the non-avian dinosaurs. There's always been some debate about what the biggest dinosaur was, but the current record holder for the largest specimen belongs to the newly named Tyrannosaurus Patagotitan. Experts estimate that this Cretaceous herbivore stretched over 36.5 meters and weighed upward of 64 metric tons. By contrast, the biggest mammal that ever walked on land was the hornless rhinoceros, known as Paraceratherium. It weighed a mere 15 tons and stood about 5 meters high at the shoulder, roaming Eurasia from Romania to China at the
Oh, that's cute, you know?
epoch long after the non-avian dinosaurs disappeared. So how can two such successful and prolific types of animals end up having such different size constraints? Part of it might have to do with how they
Pimpcat says, I always thought T-Rex was biggest. No, definitely not, Pimpcat. No. Although, yeah, so theropod dinosaurs, like Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus is one of the very largest of the theropods, one of the largest of the meat-eating dinosaurs. Here we go. Yeah. So this is a really neat figure because it shows the largest dinosaurs from these different groups. So the largest largest theropods are Tyrannosaurus and Spinosaurus right here. Stegosaurus is one of the largest of the Thyreophorans. The armored dinosaurs, Triceratops, largest of the Ceratopsians, or one of the largest at least. And then, but all the sauropods, these guys are so much bigger than T-Rex right there. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. So the largest dinosaur was a sauropod. We just don't know which sauropod yet. Different paleontologists who work on sauropods have different opinions on this. Yeah. Is Sauroposeidon taller than Argentinosaurus? Probably, Hugin, yeah. Sauroposeidon seems to be a... It's either a brachiosaur, in which case it's, like, definitely taller than Argentinosaurus, or if it's a titanosaur, then maybe it's not as tall. It depends. Here's some sauropods right here, some of the very largest of the sauropods. Yeah, compared to a person. And, yeah, they're big. They do get very big. Anyway. Yeah. Although, there are rumors of a supermassive, and I mean supermassive, theropod. I believe it was published on in the late 1980s or early 1990s. Let's see. Trying to find you original copy there. There we go. Yes. 140 million years ago, the incredible ultrasaurs wander the Earth. Some weigh over 70 tons, and even the vicious Allosaurus are no match for these giants. But wait, a distant rumbling sends the ultrasaurs into a panicked stampede. Is it a volcano? Is it an earthquake? No, it's a Calvinosaurus. Named after the renowned archaeologist. That should be paleontologist. Oh boy, that's a bad mistake right there. Paleontologist who discovered it, the huge Calvinosaur can eat an ultrasaur in a single bite. Yeah. Anyway, this is from Calvin and Hobbes, obviously, by Bill Watterson back in... Yeah. When was this?
Tradoon. Tradoon.
There we go.
Blue is cheap.
just trying to find the original date under which this was published, and I'm not really sure. There it is right there. Anyway. Yeah, the very largest of the dinosaurs were all plant-eating dinosaurs. Like sauropods. Even some hadrosaurs got bigger than Tyrannosaurus. Critters like Edmontosaurus and Shantungosaurus actually got bigger than T-Rex. So yeah, there were duckbills larger than Tyrannosaurus. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. So anyway, where were we? Let's get back to our video here. Yeah.
Eurasia from Romania to China at the end of the Oligocene epoch, long after the non-avian dinosaurs disappeared. So how can two such successful and prolific types of animals end up having such different size constraints? Part of it might have to do with how they reproduced. Paraceratherium was a placental mammal like us, meaning that it gestated its young inside its body. And if this ancient rhino was anything like large mammals we have alive today, that would have taken a very long time. Big mammals like giraffes, rhinos, and elephants usually only have one offspring at a time, and gestation can last longer than some other kinds of animals live. Elephants, for example, carry their babies for more than 2 years. Now consider
Holy cow,
dinosaurs.
yeah.
They didn't really have to carry their babies at all because all the dinosaurs laid eggs.
Paraceratherium is fun to say about Hoffmancer, yeah.
An egg no bigger than a soccer ball. What does this have to do with size? Well, bigger mammal species give birth to bigger young, which requires a huge amount of time and energy to gestate. Dinosaurs totally bypassed that problem. Instead of having bigger babies, the largest dinosaurs laid comparatively small eggs, which held equally small hatchlings. Reproducing this way, with babies hatching and growing outside of the mother's body, removed the size limits that gestation places on mammals. Dinosaurs also had another evolutionary advantage. Their skeletons had a special feature that mammals lacked, a sophisticated system of air sacs. These sacs were basically pockets of soft tissue that were connected.
This avian respiratory system, which we've talked about before on this channel. Remember when we were talking about Kerry Woodruff and his work on Dolly, the diseased Diplodocus? Who may actually be Gallimiopus and not Diplodocus, but anyway, yeah. Really cool stuff. Huygens says, speaking of large, do you think that recently discovered ichthyosaur was around the same size as a blue whale? Yeah, probably. I bet you we'll find some ichthyosaurs in the nearish future that will be like conclusively larger than a blue whale. That's my guess. Gooberfish, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
System of air sacs. These sacs were basically pockets of soft tissue that were connected to the lungs. Think
probably
of them
lighter
as
though.
Biological balloons.
They might be as heavy. I don't know about Hausmancer.
Body cavity next to bones, usually in the neck, back, and hips, but others ran inside the bones themselves. These air sacs helped shape the dinosaur's skeleton and allowed the bones of the biggest dinosaurs to remain light without sacrificing strength. How do we know that extinct dinosaurs had these sacs? Partly because the non-extinct dinosaurs have them too. Birds have a similar system of sacs that help draw air into their tiny lungs while also making their skeletons remarkably light. And if you compare the respiratory system of birds to those of the giant dinos, you'll see the resemblance is pretty striking. In sauropods, for example, the vertebrae of the back and neck have the same pockets and divots we find in birds today, where these air sacs were attached. And when paleontologists scan fossils of some dinosaur bones, like vertebra, they often find hollow spaces inside the bones where the air sacs used to sit.
Yep, and we actually, here, let me show you. There's the figure I'm looking for there. There's a neat video with Kerry Woodruff here. We've watched this before. We're not going to watch it right now. But for once, New York Post actually doing some really excellent journalism where they just interviewed a paleontologist. But everything that you see here in blue is air. This is air inside the animal skeleton. Whether it's the lungs, this dark blue here behind the shoulder blade, behind the ribs. Whether it's these blue air sacs here in the rest of the torso. Or whether it's these pneumatic spaces in the vertebrae going up the neck. These are animals that are all full of air. It's one of the keys to their success, why they could get so very large. Pretty cool. Delano says dinosaurs are balloons, confirmed. I mean, sorta, kinda. It's funny, the next time that you're, maybe watching the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and you see the Sinclair dinosaur balloon, I want you to remember back to this stream and go, well, shoot, real sauropods were also filled with air. Maybe not to this extent, but they had a lot of air in their skeletons and in their bodies in general. So yeah. Pretty cool. And Gooberfish says, but hummingbirds have those air sacs and they are not large. No, hummingbirds are the smallest dinosaurs, Gooberfish. Yeah. We're not saying that air sacs make these animals large. It's just that the lighter you are, the bigger you can get without, like, collapsing into jelly because you're too heavy. Does that make sense? If sauropod dinosaurs did not have this complex system of air sacs and hollows and diverticula and that kind of thing, they would not have been able to get so large. This is one of the keys to their embiggening. Does that make sense? Yeah. Gossipy with all that hot air running right. Yeah, there you go, Jody Fish. Yeah. Let's get back to this.
Now keep in mind that bones with spaces created by air sacs are different from the hollow bones that you see in the legs of birds and other theropod dinosaurs. And not all of the extinct dinosaurs had these handy airbags. Only the type of dinos known as Saurischians had them. In the traditional dinosaur family tree, this group encompasses the theropods, that is the two-legged dinosaurs that include today's birds, as well as the sauropods, the quadrupeds that include the giant titanosaurs. All the rest of the dinosaurs, like the horned, armored, and duck-billed dinosaurs, are known as ornithischians, and they didn't have these features, so they weren't as light on their feet. And of course, we mammals don't have anything like them either. We retained a skeletal system of dense, heavy bones that puts a limit on how big we can get before our bones crack under our own weight. But the thing is, these adaptations...
So, does that make sense? And also, that helps to explain, too, why ornithischian dinosaurs never get as big as sauropods. We saw that really, really big duck-billed dinosaur, Shantungosaurus. That's about maybe the upper limit for how big those animals could get, potentially. Because it's like, well, they don't have that system of air sacs and hollows. These dinosaurs don't have that. The so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs, ornithischians. And don't let that confuse you. Birds are not one of the bird-hipped dinosaurs. Birds actually evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. It's a little confusing. You can thank Harry Govier Seeley for that. He didn't know that birds evolved from dinosaurs. He didn't realize how confusing he was making things when he came up with those terms. But terrible branding, says Clockwork Ninja. Yeah. But that's the thing, is that we're constantly learning new stuff in science, and I guess you could go back and try and change the names, but they're already well entrenched, and yeah. Anyway. Mayor of Space. Yeah, I know, right? Clear as mud, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. Here, again. Saurischians and ornithischians. The bird-hipped and lizard-hipped dinosaurs. There's Allosaurus there. Ding, ding, ding. At the top, he is a lizard-hipped dinosaur. One of the theropods. This is the group that birds evolved from, up top. See how he runs on two legs like a bird? Yeah. Even though he's lizard-hipped. Then you've got the bird-hipped dinosaurs below, like Stegosaurus. Birds did not evolve from those dinosaurs. And it's confusing. And the D05, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions. It's good to have you here. Before we get into our main topic for the day, talking about the Wankel Rex and its discovery and importance and study and all that, we're going off on a big old tangent about the very biggest dinosaurs, the sauropods. And so let's continue with that. And Memab says, like, Pluto will always be a plant. I don't think Pluto's ever been a plant, Memab. But, irrespective of typos. Welcome, Memab. Mama Bear, sorry, Memab. Mama Bear 2013. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
And they didn't have these features, so they weren't as light on their feet. And of course, we mammals don't have anything like them either. We retained a skeletal system of dense, heavy bones that puts a limit on how big we can get before our bones crack under our own weight. But the thing is, these adaptations are just what allowed dinosaurs to get so big. They don't tell us why these giants got so enormous in the first place. And that's a totally different evolutionary question with lots of possible answers. Maybe living large was a way to stay safe from predators. Or maybe there's signs
part of it.
Dinosaurs to cover more ground or reach higher leafy branches.
Probably part of it too.
Or maybe there's something paleontologists haven't thought of yet. And then there's another question to consider.
Sauropods just really wanted to be cool, you know? And the bigger you get as a sauropod, maybe the cooler you are, to a certain extent. No, that's not how evolution works. I'm kidding. But yeah.
Was the ability to grow so large really an advantage? After all, the sauropods are gone, so are most of their relatives. Of the entire dinosaur family, only birds, a single group of saurischian theropods, survives, and they range in size from the hummingbird to the ostrich. So today, even if it's hard for us to picture a dinosaur as huge as Patagotitan, we can at least understand how animals like it were physically possible. Perhaps we're lucky that we never reached such great heights. Evolutionarily speaking, it seems that bigger is not always better.
Well, wait, that's it? Okay. I mean, it was better for sauropods. That's why they got so big, you know? Yes, they went extinct when that asteroid hit, but so did like 80% of all other life on Earth at the time. You know? They were tremendously successful. They, along with the theropods, are one group that existed for basically the entire duration of the age of dinosaurs. And of course, they started off as critters like... kind of like this. Paleontologizing here. Yeah. Who probably didn't walk on all fours. Probably was mostly a two-legged animal. There we go. Oh, like that. Paleontologizing. Really cool critter. I bring up Paleontologizing because that is what is currently printing on the old a 3D printer right now. Yeah. And hello, Lordy. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope things are going well. Lordy, check this out. I'm working on printing a Paleosaurus. Yeah. I've got a couple of pieces here, which I've just finished. There's a piece. There's a piece. These are not actually representing, like, the bone. These are, representing the matrix. Check out what I've got so far of our Paleosaurus. Yeah, can you tell what's going on here? There's the skull right there, the orbit, the eye socket, the nares, nostril, teeth, lower jaw, and then the cervical vertebrae, the bones in the neck along here. So I've got, see how this goes off at a right angle? I've got one more piece that I got to print like this later on in the stream. And then I've got a piece here, and then a piece that's going to go up here. So we'll be probably doing final assembly of this. I may or may not do it on stream. It's not terribly exciting because the pieces just kind of slot on like this, you know? There we go. Not the most exciting. But yeah, it's going to be pretty cool when it's done. This is Paleosaurus trosingensis. This is from the late Triassic period, back when sauropods hadn't gotten super big yet. I mean, at the time, this is probably the biggest plant-eating animal that had ever lived, about 225 million years ago. But they would get so much bigger than this. So much bigger than this. Yeah, sauropods would become the largest creatures to ever walk the Earth, as we've been talking about. But they don't start off the largest creatures ever. They start off kind of modest, you know? Yeah. And anyway, the file I'm printing is right here. This is Plateosaurus trotzengensis, originally discovered in Germany. And that's what it'll look like when it's finished and assembled. But I'm also going to paint it to make it look more like the original. So I'm excited about that. It's going to be pretty cool. Yeah. And Lenina, yeah, there were some pretty silly human silhouettes there for scale. I agree. Yeah. So anyway, we've got probably just a few more minutes left on this one right here, and then I'll start the final file. By the time you watch tomorrow, I might have this thing fully assembled and ready to show off. Oh, yeah. Anyway, yeah. And D, I will paint it and also apply some smoothing compound, apply some water putty to any gaps or anything like that in between the different pieces. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. But yeah. But anyway, shall we move on to our official topic for the day? I think we should. Let's talk about the Wankel Rex. One of the most important Tyrannosaurus specimens ever found. And one of the most famous. You may not already be familiar with the Wankel Rex, but by the end of this stream, you will be. And you might not think you're familiar with it. You already are. In fact, if you've ever used this emote in the chat here, that one right there, see it? Yeah. One more time. There we go. Oh. Those are the Wankel Rex. But before we get into the Wankel Rex specifically, I think I've got a little clip set aside here, kind of about Tyrannosaurus in general. And before we get to that, just another quick note. As somebody who does science outreach full-time, as a dinosaur paleontologist, sometimes I shy away from talking too much about T-Rex, Everything's always T-Rex, T-Rex. In popular media and stuff and movies, Tyrannosaurus gets a tremendous amount of attention. And so, as somebody in a public forum talking about dinosaurs, sometimes I shy away from talking about Tyrannosaurus too often because everybody talks about Tyrannosaurus. It's already, let's give some other dinosaurs a chance to shine. That's kind of my general stance on this. But today, we could be unabashed in our enthusiasm about Tyrannosaurus Rex, because that's what today's topic is. It was on this day in 1988 that Montana rancher Kathy Wankel discovered the Wankel Rex. Before we get to that, a quick little intro on Tyrannosaurus. Oop. There we go. A little melodramatic.
Tyrannosaurus Rex has become the most famous of the dinosaurs, the ultimate expression of savagery and power.
Sure. Isn't this the Dateline narrator? I think it is. What's his name?
For paleontologists like Phil Curry,
Frontline, that's Frontline.
Of the North American Badlands in search of the
Smartline. Thank you, Clockwork Ninja. Yeah. His name is John Dateline. Thank you, Mayor of Space. Always there with the facts. Appreciate that, Mayor.
Like Phil Curry, who scour the boneyards of the North American Badlands in search of the real T-Rex.
There you go, Pimcat, yeah.
A close encounter is a rare and thrilling event.
The thing that allows Tyrannosaurus to be preserved in this part of the world is the fact that they were living on a coastal lowland and there was a tremendous amount of sediment coming in from the mountains that were rising to the west.
Badlands are very cool spanimation.
So there were large rivers.
They're the best lands, really.
And if the Tyrannosaurus...
That's the thing, is that, you know, badlands like this, it's almost kind of a scam or something like that. It's like Greenland versus Iceland, you know? We as paleontologists and geographers, too, call these areas the badlands, I guess just to keep normies out. Like, oh yeah, you don't want to go there. Those are badlands, you know? Stay out. Don't bother. Honestly, though, they're the best lands. Holy cow, because that's where you find incredible fossils like this. So, don't tell other paleontologists that I told you this, okay? But, badlands are best lands. Yeah.
Part of the world is the fact that they were living on a coastal lowland. And
not good, bad. There you go, Clockwork Ninja, yeah.
From the mountains that were rising to the west at that time. So there were large rivers running across the coastal lowland, and if the Tyrannosaurus body happened to fall in the water, then it had a very good chance of being buried complete. And fast burial is one of the most critical factors in terms of preserving an animal that large.
Mayor of Space, I agree.
So far, 17 skeletons of Tyrannosaurus have been found.
Oh yeah, and Claire Burst's ad break coming in about 20 seconds. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Yes, I'll echo what Claire is saying there. And if you would like to avoid those ads, the ones that just happen automatically like that, you can subscribe to the channel. And you'll also be supporting a paleontologist. You will be supporting paleontology in the abstract also. Keeping this young scientist off the streets and helping fund these science outreach streams like this. So consider that. You also get all those cool emotes. Anyway. Yeah. Have you ever found any agatized dinosaur bones? I have not, Displacer. No. Probably for the better, because if they've been agatized, that means that, like, information would be lost on the inside. They've been partly metamorphosed, you know? They might be pretty, but they're less valuable as scientific specimens oftentimes. And where is the Sioux T-Rex from? Great question, Pimpcat. From near Faith, South Dakota. The Wankel Rex is from near Jordan, Montana. We'll be talking about that. Yeah. Let's get back to our video here.
From Wyoming north into Alberta and Saskatchewan.
Oh, here's where different Tyrannosaurus have been found.
Wyoming north into Alberta and Saskatchewan. Now, Tyrannosaurus probably had a much more extensive range than that. It almost certainly lived all the way from the Arctic Ocean down to the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep.
Only 17 skeletons have been unearthed of the many...
17 at this time. Today, there's closer to 40 or 50. There have been a lot in the past 30 years. But yeah, it was only 17 at this time back in 1996.
Millions of animals that once lived and died. A handful of clues to the mysteries of this ferocious but elusive beast.
Yep. Ooh. I hate the sun. Oh, no.
The existence of the king of the dinosaurs was unknown until 1902.
Yep.
A former Kansas farm boy named Barnum
Brown.
Hunting dinosaurs for the American Museum of Natural History.
Barnum Brown is the same guy in whose footsteps we were following this summer out in western Wyoming. He had dug in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation, but had never actually named any of the dinosaurs that he found there. We hopefully will be going back next summer, and we'll actually be digging up some of the dinosaurs that he left behind. Apparently, they weren't good enough for Barnum Brown, but we're going to be digging those up. So, yeah. Yeah.
Discovered its remains. A dinosaur bone used as an office paperweight had caught his attention.
Mm-hmm.
Brown traced it back to Hell Creek in Montana,
Oh yeah,
But what
Hell
would he find
Creek.
there? Even the man who would become known as Mr. Bones could hardly dare to hope for the rarest of the rare.
MLF says, is there a reason so many Tyrannosaurus have been found since? Well, it's the most famous, most popular dinosaur. And also, like Mayor Space was saying, yeah, well preserved, very big, everyone wants to find them. And there were a lot of them. So like Tyrannosaurus, if you look in the right areas, they're kind of everywhere. It's not a rare dinosaur. It's really not. It's, depending on how you count it, either the second or third most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation, after Triceratops and Edmontosaurus. So yeah.
Giant meat eater.
There would have been a lot of them around
That is
Steely Dan,
exactly what
yes.
he found, halfway up a steep
We'll
and
talk about that
treacherous
too, if you
canyon
remind me.
wall.
We've got a paper about that.
But 6 years of backbreaking work yielded only incomplete fragments. Then in 1908, Brown discovered the almost intact skeleton he would call my favorite child. For Tyrannosaurus Rex, the journey back to life and legend had begun.
Yeah. And there was, Greg Paul and I think some other authors published a paper. Was it late last year or early this year, saying there may have been 3 different species of Tyrannosaurus? Which I kind of agree with them on principle. Tyrannosaurus was around for a good while, for like 2 or 3 million years. And with other species of with other kinds of dinosaur that we have from that same time, they're evolving into different species. There's no reason to think that Tyrannosaurus wouldn't also be evolving. In fact, we don't have enough specimens to really say this for certain yet, but it seems like Tyrannosaurus is also changing over the duration, over that 2 or 3 million years. The arms seem to be getting smaller, the head seems to be getting larger, overall the animal seems to be becoming more robust. But we don't have enough specimens yet to really test that in a conclusive way. And so I kind of agree in principle with the conclusions of the paper, but I kind of disagree with how they came to those conclusions. It's a great question. We'll maybe talk about that later if we get the chance. Yeah. And Spainimation says, does the way they handle fossils in old footage make you cringe? I mean, a little bit, Spainimation, but you know, they were doing the best they could at the time with the funds that they had and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Back at the museum in New York, Brown's boss, Henry Fairfield Osborne, was eager to show the world the animal he named Tyrannosaurus Rex. While the bones were being prepared, Osborne and Brown used models to recreate a dynamic vision of the living tyrant lizard king.
Yep. This is going to be a really cool display.
Hind legs carried the body upright, balanced by a long tail. The massive head was armed with 13 dagger-like saw-bladed teeth in each jaw. The Tyrannosaurus was capable of destroying any of the contemporary creatures.
Destroying them.
The king of the period and monarch of its race.
It could destroy them.
But nearly 2 tons of bones could not be mounted to match Osborne and Brown's vision of an agile, almost bird-like beast.
And Lenina, thank you for reposting that from Miss Yvette. I appreciate that, Lenina. If there were bones in a place that has gone through a fire like Maui, do the bones survive? They usually do not. No, that happened in Brazil a few years back, where their national museum burned down. It's during World War II, and a lot of, like, bombing raids. Different museums were set ablaze, and everything in them was destroyed. Yeah, fossil bones generally do not survive something like that. Yeah. Pimpcat says, how do we know they didn't walk on those stubby front limbs? Because they couldn't reach the ground. That's why. Yeah.
Their compromised design for an upright, more static pose, which we now believe to be wrong, dominated how we saw T-Rex for more than 50 years.
Yep.
The unveiling of T-Rex in 1915 created a popular sensation. the upright T-Rex became the horror movie superstar of a new age of dinosaurs.
This is some of the... I think this might be from The Beast of Slumber Mountain. Is that the film it was from? Anyway. Oh, here we go.
Later in Montana,
Finally getting to our topic for the day. The Wankel Rex. Montana, 80 years later. Here we go, everybody.
painstaking search begun by Barnum Brown for the real T-Rex continues. Bill Gartzka and his...
Oh, never mind. This is different. Ah! Yeah. This is what we want here.
Tonight on Nova. The most complete Tyrannosaurus Rex ever found is unearthed in Montana.
There we go.
It's our best look yet
Bob Harmon.
of the dinosaurs. He's been the world's favorite for nearly a century, but also one of the least understood. Until now. T-Rex is getting his first complete physical.
Oh, yeah.
Shedding new light on some old mysteries. What was the king really like? T-Rex exposed.
T-Rex exposed. Yes. Good stuff. Applause. Yeah, it was,
Funding for Nova is provided by the Johnson & Johnson family of companies, supplying healthcare products worldwide.
Yeah, okay.
And Lockheed.
This isn't a commercial. Holy cow, Amelia Bedelia. Or 18 months ago. You're not gruesome, Amelia. Thank you for those 18 months of support. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you very, very much. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for that long. That's beautiful. Appreciate it, Amelia. Thank you, thank you. 18 months is almost a whole year. I know, right, Ruler? Holy cow. It's a long time. Now...
Nova is provided by the financial support of viewers like you.
Like you supporting this broadcast. Thank you. There we go. Listen to that Gustav Holst. Good stuff.
He's been demonized, pathologized, and merchandised like no other.
No, that wasn't Holst. That was Stravinsky. What am I saying here? I know my classical composers better than that. That was Igor Stravinsky. The Rite of Spring is the track. Here, listen. Yeah.
He's been demonized, pathologized, and merchandised like no other dinosaur. Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Some of these need to be alerts. That's Allosaurus there, actually. Oh, Allosaurus.
But do we know the real T-Rex? Or is he just a misunderstood celebrity? I'm Don Lessem.
Hi, Don Lessem.
As a kid, I used to dream about finding dinosaurs. Now I find the people who find dinosaurs. And
I dreamt of finding dinosaurs. Now I find the people who find dinosaurs. Well, if you find the people who find dinosaurs, then are you responsible for the dinosaurs that those people find? Yeah, give us a lesson, Don. Lessem is his name. Don Lessem. And Don Lessem actually has a dinosaur named after him. Can anybody tell me what is the dinosaur that is named after Don Lessem? Anybody know? There's at least one that I know of. He's a dinosaur finder. There you go. Yeah. Don, with an N, Don Lessem. If you answered Lessemosaurus, and you are correct. Yeah, Lessemosaurus is a mysterious early sauropod belonging to the family Lessemosauridae. It's so weird that they just gave it its own family. But yeah, but it is named after Don Lessem. Yeah. There's an exhibit in Singapore. It's one of the first large sauropodomorphs. It's weird, and we don't really know what's going on with it. It is super bizarre and needs to be more thoroughly studied. Yeah, it's a sauropod right there. Sauropodomorph, at least. If not a true sauropod, it is a sauropodomorph. It's a weird critter. Again, it's been reconstructed in a bunch of different ways, like this. Like this. There's a beautiful one there. Oh, I love that illustration. Yeah, like that. We don't really know precisely what it looked like. We need better fossils. But anyway, it's cool. How many have been found of this guy? I don't know. Probably one, I'm guessing. Let's look. Really rudimentary article. Shoot. But yeah, named after Don Lessem. Dino Don Lessem. Pretty sweet for him to get a PBS Nova gig there, narrating this. Anyway, I'll give you the link. You can go find the original paper if you want to figure out how many specimens have been found, all that good stuff. We can't get too bogged down here. We're getting caught up in tangents. Oh, whoops. Can't have that happen. Yeah.
To dream about finding dinosaurs.
Here we go.
I'm Don Lessem.
Hey, Don Lessem.
When I was a kid, I used to dream about finding dinosaurs.
Me too.
Now I find the people who find dinosaurs.
Like me, I find
the
dinosaurs.
Work they do all over the world.
I don't know if he's found me, though.
That leads to places like this. The Badlands of eastern Montana, one of the world's great dinosaur graveyards. On a few rare occasions, this is where people have found the bones of Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh, yeah.
All these bits and pieces of rock aren't rock at all. They're dinosaur bones.
No, they are rock, too.
A three-horned plant eater. It roamed in huge herds across this area at the time of Tyrannosaurus Rex. But in any environment...
Gooberfish says Alberta is better, I think. Gooberfish, you were both right and wrong. Because that's the thing, Gooberfish. Alberta is just north of this area. So really, it's kind of the same area. We, as human beings, like to paint these imaginary lines across the world and then defend them with armies and weapons of mass destruction and stuff like that. But, you know, it's just land. And sometimes that land is more or less contiguous. Despite these, you know, political boundaries that we draw, it's land. And you'll notice that the Badlands here look very much like the Badlands in Alberta. It's because it's basically the same. There are geological formations, like, for instance, the Judith River Formation, that extend from Montana up into Alberta.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And Nebraska Farmer, thank you for the 2 months of support there. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you for that. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. That's a big deal. Appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. Montana, Alberta, Saskatchewan, North Dakota, who cares? These political boundaries did not exist at the time that these animals were roaming the land 66 million years ago. So keep that in mind. Some new perspective, right? Yeah.
The plant eaters are always a lot more common than the animals that eat them. And the bones of Tyrannosaurus rex are a lot harder to come by.
Dinosaur hunters have scoured the West for more than a century, turning up thousands of dinosaur bones. But in all that time, they found only 7 incomplete skeletons of T-Rex.
Ooh, only 7. Shoot. In the 1996 documentary we were watching, it was 17. Here it's only 7. You see how the pace of discovery increased in the 1990s and early 2000s.
And those few specimens
there you go, Dinosaur Dave, yeah.
told us everything we know about the king of the dinosaurs.
TSA, oh boy. This was on this very day in 1988. September 5th, Labor Day, 1988. Kathy Wankel discovered the Wankel Rex. Miss Yvette, thank you for those 200 bits.
The sun was just right, and it just caught my eye. And we went over and looked, and it was just a little rib bone sticking out of the ground.
She's so young right here. Holy cow. You'll see her later on in this broadcast in some other clips more recently. But this is a woman who made history. And why did the pace increase? Well, we had more paleontologists out there looking, MLF.
And we went over and looked, and it was just a little...
And more funding. Honestly, a big part of why we have more Tyrannosaurus specimens, honestly, is the film Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park came out in 1993, 2 years after this documentary. And it kind of coincided with... It's interesting. It coincided with a growing public interest in dinosaurs. You could say that Jurassic Park was a result of more scientific study of dinosaurs, kind of the dinosaur renaissance of the 1970s and the 1980s. Jurassic Park grew out of that, while public interest in dinosaurs was also increasing. But then Jurassic Park comes out, and it's the biggest film ever at that time. The highest grossing movie in history up until that point. And that just adds fuel to the fire, and it becomes a feedback loop. And suddenly, dinosaurs are more popular than they've ever been in the 1990s. And that, in turn, in small ways, like ways that are proportionally small to the revenue of Jurassic Park, but still super significant for paleontologists, we receive more funding, you know? It might be the tiniest little fraction, like 0.01% of the revenue of Jurassic Park goes into actual paleontological fieldwork funding and research funding and, you know, laboratory funding. But that is enough to really just get the ball rolling. And then we've suddenly got so many more students and volunteers and paleontologists out in the field looking for these things. And you've got these remarkable discoveries that occur. It spiked in interest. It did, Monkey Rig. It was a result of an interest that was growing in the general public because of cool research that was being done by paleontologists during the dinosaur renaissance. But then it just snowballed after that. So yeah. Yeah. Part of that is the discovery of the Wankel Rex here.
And we went over and looked, and it was just a little ridge of bone sticking out of the ground. And of course, we were very excited. The more we dug, the larger the bone seemed to be. And I remember I was just shaking, and I said, I made a mega find. You know, one whole bone was a mega find for me.
A mega find. And here is my old museum, Museum of the Rockies, where I've spent several years of my life. Yeah, fond memories. Lin Moon says Jurassic Park is why I fell in love with dinosaurs. That's true for a lot of people, Lin Moon, yeah. And a lot of people rediscovered their love for dinosaurs because of Jurassic Park.
She took all the bones she could find to the Museum of the Rockies at Montana State University.
There wasn't any dinosaurs. No dinosaurs that spit poison that we know of, Pimcat, no. Yeah.
To the Museum of the Rockies at Montana State University.
Mm-hmm. Hang on. In case you missed that, let me reiterate. Kathy Wankel, having found these Tyrannosaurus bones out in the Badlands, she decided to actually take a few of them, which is not always advisable. I would tell anybody, if you find what you think is an important dinosaur fossil, leave it there in the ground. Do not take it. Take a bunch of pictures. Take some GPS coordinates. You know, you've got this wonderful device in your pocket, and we call it a Teflon. I believe that's what it's called. Yeah, you know, what is it called? A smortphane? Take the smortphane that you have in your pocket. Take a bunch of photos of the fossil there in the ground. Take a GPS reading. And then stand there next to the fossil, take a panoramic photo. So that, like, if you call a paleontologist, they can come find the specific spot you were in. That is the best thing that you can do. And you don't even have to go to the museum. Just email, you know, a paleontologist at your local museum and be like, hey, I found this thing. What do you think of it? Is it important? Of course, at the time, back in 1988, smortphanes like this were prohibitively expensive. In fact, they were so expensive they didn't even exist yet. So she didn't have that kind of technology with her. So she's picked up the bones and brought them with her. She brought them to a museum.
She could find to the Museum of the Rockies at Montana State University. The curator was impressed.
He said, you better come down to the lab with us. So we went way downstairs through locked doors and everything, which was exciting for us in itself.
Yeah. It must have been like that scene in Goodfellas. Just like continuous shot, you know, going downstairs into the basement and everything, you know? Must have been like that, you know? You know the one I'm talking about. Any film buffs in the chat know more about movies than I do. But imagine that, just being ushered downstairs into the, you know, the basement of the museum, into the laboratory itself, through all these locked doors and everything else. Yeah. Yeah. And Nebraska Farmer says, I think recognizing the significance of what you found is a substantial contribution to science, similar to what Marjorie Courtney Latimer did. Agreed, Nebraska Farmer. Were you here yesterday? Or, yeah, yesterday when we were talking about coelacanths? Or are you just saying this because you know things, Nebraska Farmer? I appreciate you. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Here's an example of, you know, a woman who's not necessarily, like, trained in the sciences. Marjorie Courtney Latimer probably had a lot more training in the sciences than Kathy Wankel did. But, you know, not a paid scientist or anything. She makes a remarkable discovery, brings it to the attention of the right people, and holy cow, her discovery helps change the world. It's, we see this again and again in the sciences, honestly. This is not like an isolated instance. So many important discoveries in science, especially in paleontology, have been made by regular people, oftentimes women. Pretty awesome. Kathy Wankel, her name will live on in eternity because she found the Wankel Rex. Yeah.
Through locked doors and everything, which was exciting for us in itself.
Right away, the bones were identified as the shoulder and arm of Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah.
The first complete forelimb ever found.
That alone is a super important discovery. Nobody had ever found a complete arm of T-Rex before. But Kathy Wankel did. Yeah. Hang on, let me scoot up to the top of chat here real quick. Not top of chat, but Somebody mentioned Prehistoric Park? Where was that? I credit We're Back, which is a terrible movie, but I loved it. Spainimation, there you go. Hey, if it works, it works. You love dinosaurs, but have never seen the movie Jurassic Park? That is interesting, Ava Little. There's a small cohort of people for which that's true, so you're part of an elite group there, Ava Little. Who mentioned, Prehistoric Park? Because a friend and colleague of mine was the scientific consultant on the Prehistoric Park series with Nigel Marvin. Denver Fowler is his name. And he is currently curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. He knows a thing or two about Tyrannosaurs as well. He's described at least one new species of Tyrannosaur. Anywho. Yeah. And thank you, Claire Burr. That was Megan M. Megan NM. Megan, that's awesome. Prehistoric Planet. Or Prehistoric Park, excuse me. I've never actually seen it all the way through. But Denver Fowler worked on that. Part of the reason why it's so good, it had good scientific consulting on it. Yeah. And Handicap Zone, where does the Komodo dragon sit taxonomically? Close to dinosaurs or more? It is a current reptile. It's alive today, Handicap Zone. It's a kind of lizard, a varanid lizard, monitor lizard. So if we're talking about creatures that were alive during the time of the dinosaurs, it is much closer to, well, it's very close to the mosasaurs. These ancient seagoing reptiles, seagoing lizards, actually, that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. Yeah, man, so many of these are garbage because they're from Jurassic World, but there we go. So a Komodo dragon is a type of varanid lizard very close to the mosasaurs. These guys were swimming around in the water at the same time that T-Rex was walking around on land. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Sciant Streams, how are you doing? It's good to have you here, Belez. Hope things are good. Hope you and Lita and the baby are all doing well. Good to see you. Let's get back to the Wankel Rex here. Yeah. These are the parts that Kathy Wankel brought to Museum of the Rockies after she first discovered them. And this is a discovery that helped change the world.
They were talking excitedly and asked us if they could keep them, and we said sure. And if we could show them where we found them, and we said sure, we could do that too.
I love that she's so excited about this. Oh, it makes my heart sing.
They're the world that T-Rex lived in.
I'm interested in knowing the kinds of animals that lived at about the same.
And holy cow, Nebraska Farmer says, I am teaching a seminar on zoological taxonomy and species concepts. Very cool. Morphological versus genetic versus like other species concepts. Very, very cool. Nebraska Farmer. We've talked about that many, many times on this channel before. Ring species and morpho species and yeah, like you have to employ different species concepts if you're dealing with different kinds of data. We as paleontologists, we kind of have to use the morphological species concept because that's usually all we've got. Anyway, I recommended your stream to my students. That is, I'm touched, Nebraska Farmer. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow, it's wonderful to have you here, by the way. Excellent. Here, let's go back a titch.
Lands, trying to piece together the world that T-Rex lived in.
I'm interested in knowing the kinds of animals that lived.
I'll see you later, Razilla. Thanks for being here.
Tyrannosaurus Rex. And that includes the fish and the turtles and the crocodiles. I mean, I want to be able to find examples of everything that was out here.
If you're looking for fossils from the age of dinosaurs, you have to look in rock from the age of dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what these badlands are made of.
Out here, the right age sediment is exposed at the surface. So we can walk around out here and be literally walking on the sediments that the dinosaurs lived in.
Yep.
In other words, the right age is exposed here. There just enough has eroded off the top, and it hasn't eroded too deep, so that we can find them here.
These hills span a stretch of geological time from about 64 to 66 million years ago, the very end of the age of dinosaurs, which is when T-Rex...
And it's actually 68 to 66, or thereabouts. We've got better dates nowadays, so those old dates, yeah. We've got better dates now. 67, or 68 to 66. 66 million years ago is when the asteroid hit in the Gulf of Mexico and caused the end of the age of the dinosaurs, the end of the Cretaceous, the mass extinction of 70, 80, maybe even 90% of life on Earth at the time. Yeah. Steely Dan says, I think Horner was the first person I revered as a celebrity as a small child. Honestly, that was one of the same for me. It was a trip, you know, meeting him for the first time when I was 18 years old. And you know, my first day at Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana. I was fresh out of high school. I was going to school at Montana State. Across the street at Museum of the Rockies, I started working there in the lab, and I think my first day, I met Jack Horner. And I remember, you know, before this, I'd been a volunteer at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, California, which is just down the road from me here in the Bay Area. And I think it was my first day there. You know, Jack walks into the lab, and he's talking with some of his students, and he's looking at some of the things that we're working on. I was working on a Triceratops fossil at the time, prepping that in the laboratory, cleaning off the rock from it. And Jack walks up to me, and I go up to him, and I shake his hand. I say, I'm Danny Anduza. Yeah, I'm fresh in here from California. I worked at UCMP. And Jack goes, oh, yeah, I've heard about you. And holy cow, it was, oh man, that was a moment. You've heard about me? Yeah, because I'd worked with some of Jack's colleagues in Berkeley. So it was a wonderful moment. It really was. And I got to work for Jack for the next few years, next 6 or 7 years, I guess. At Museum of the Rockies, doing field work, prepping specimens, discovering new dinosaur sites. Yeah.
In recent time, wind and rain have been carving this landscape into badlands. But at the time of T-Rex, the land here wasn't eroding. It was building
manicure
up.
work. There you go, HD, yeah.
This was a floodplain.
We'll talk about that later, too. T-Rex hand claws, yeah.
Continually depositing loads of sand and silt. And that's the kind of environment that makes fossils.
If you want to become a fossil, the first thing you have...
Oh. What is this, chat? What's the first thing you got to do if you want to become a fossil?
Before the onslaught of the beast.
The what? The what? I'm sorry. Again? Hello? What was that? I didn't catch it. One more time? Shoot. One more time? The what? The who?
I awake every morning to a dino's reflection in my mirror.
Original Old Dog, thank you for the 13 months of support. I appreciate that more than you know. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. It's good stuff. What is, if you want to become a fossil, the first thing you have to do is what? To get covered by mud? Seems like a loaded question, says Gullible Giraffe. Uh-oh.
Fossils.
If you want to become a fossil, the first thing you have to do...
Is what? What's the first thing you got to do, chat?
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Blame the dinosaurs? Golganek. Thank you for those 100 bits. Golganex got it. Well, maybe that's the opposite, actually. Yeah. Lie very still. You know what? I would say that's a wonderful euphemism for what you have to do. You have to lie very still for an extended period of time.
If you want to become a fossil, the first thing you have to do is die. This coyote's done his part. He's been here about 4 weeks, and he's getting raunchier by the minute. But to become a perfectly preserved fossil, and to remain that way for 65
No, Mr. Bond, I want you to become a fossil. There you go, Steely Dan, yeah. Take a dirt nap. Yeah, sleep with the fishes. HD and HP. Get whacked.
million years, this coyote should have died someplace else. Someplace where sand or mud could have covered it over quickly. Then, over millions of years, that sediment would have compacted into rock.
Yep.
And within it, minerals would have entered into the bones of this coyote and turned it into a fossil. But here, that'll never happen. In this arid environment, these bones will be dust.
I mean, there's water right there. You could have like a big rain, and then the water level increases, and then. But yeah, honestly, here it'll probably just become dust.
Of months.
Looks really good.
As the new T-Rex begins to emerge, we'll find out how well preserved it is. Then, it will join the handful of others that tell us everything we know about what this animal was and how it lived.
Hang on a minute. I heard a noise. Holy cow. Yes, our printer has just completed its work on this file. Let me take this off of the print bed, and we'll start a new file, our final one for our Plateosaurus. Let me grab this. Yeah, this doesn't look like much, and it's not much, but this is the next piece in our Plateosaurus 3D print here. Yeah. There we go. If we really want to, we can assemble this live. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. But that should go on right here. There we go, right there on our Plateosaurus 3D print. Very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, there we go. But we're going to print our final piece right now. I apologize for that being so blurry. I don't know why that camera is like that right now. Can we adjust the focus, maybe? Let's see, autofocus. Blurrier, that's clearer. There we go. That's what we want. Okay, nice. It's a little bit better. I tried using a different webcam on this, one with higher resolution, and it just would repeatedly crash OBS. It was not working. So we're gonna stick with our old webcam from like 2009 for now. And cross your fingers that it keeps working. So anyway, a Nebraska farmer says an entire Plateosaurus slab. Yes, indeed. This piece is going to go on right here. Nope, that's not it. There we go. This one goes on right here. Yeah, lovely. And then, careful to keep this level. This one is going to go on here. In that last piece, right here, where my watch is, basically, where my wristwatch is, that is the final piece that is printing right now. Oh boy. So this is why I have 3D prints and not actual fossils, because when stuff falls down, it doesn't break. If it does break, we just glue it back. You know? Yeah. There you go, Claire, yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable, I'm glad that, yeah. You know, image quality, it's good enough. It's good enough. Anyway, back to our documentary here. The play. Steely Dan says, yeah, this Phil Tippett animation rules. It does. Holy cow. And it's funny that you mentioned that. I have actually met Phil Tippett before, and I met him at a hardware store in Berkeley, California. The same hardware store I visited this morning. I didn't see Phil Tippett there this morning. But they've got a lot of, like, plastic model kits and stuff like that. That's why I ran into him back then. Phil Tippett is the, oh, shoot. Let me show you. Yeah, Phil Tippett has done some dinosaur animations in the past, for sure. He worked on Jurassic Park, but he also did the AT-ATs and the Tauntauns in The Empire Strikes Back. He did the Dianoga in the original Star Wars, etc. Yeah.
I took LSD when I was working on Return of the Jedi.
Typical Vice video. Oh boy.
And it was fine. It was like very calming. And so I decided to go back to work. When I walked into like the blue screen stage, and it was just like, I took like way too much. I'm Phil Tippett. I live in Berkeley, California. And I started off as a stop
He's a
motion
cool guy.
animator, and I got bumped upstairs to be a visual effects supervisor and director, and I got my start on the original Star Wars doing the masks for the cantina scene, which we played. And that just led to the relationship with George that went on for creating the
It's the Tauntauns.
Imperial Snow Walkers. And
Yeah.
then I
That's really funny. They actually had...
for creating the Tauntauns and Imperial.
They had a model kit for, actually, two of them, AT-AT walkers, there at the hardware store this morning. This is the Ace Hardware on Milvia Street in Berkeley, California. It didn't used to be on Milvia Street. It's moved, and their plastic model section has actually shrunk. It used to be like the whole basement of the old location. That's where I met Phil Tippett back around 2009, something like that. I ran into him. But yeah. Yeah.
Then I designed Jabba the Hutt and the Rancor Pit Monster. Then went on to work on Starship Troopers, RoboCop, and Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah. I didn't get his autograph. I was a lowly high school student at the time, Miss Yvette, and I didn't think to get an autograph. I didn't have anything for him to autograph. I just ran into him at the hardware store. He's a cool guy. We talked about dinosaurs for a little while. I told him, you know, I'm working on dinosaurs at the Museum of Paleontology just down the street. And, yeah. I think he said his favorite dinosaur was T-Rex, which, again, very appropriate for, our stream today. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But he did this remarkable animation called Prehistoric Beast. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, in fact, I think... Can we find a clip of Phil Tippett talking about Prehistoric Beast? Yeah, there's the original on his YouTube page. There is the link there in the chat for you. Yeah. Here's a teaser for it. Oh, it's so good. Oh, man. Yes. So he talks at one point about how yeah. It may have actually been in that video that we were watching. And thank you, Canucksu. I appreciate that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. He talks about how he originally envisioned this as like some footage that he could sell to yeah, shoot, to like different documentary companies and stuff like that. And yeah, and I think it just ended up being like too scary. Like that was his takeaway from it. Jurassic Park, Prehistoric Beast. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. We might get it straight from him. You have a distinct trauma about that, Brandington. Well, shoot. Look away if you have to here. But, yeah, it turned out to be really scary. Like, Phil's such a good filmmaker that, holy cow, it was incredibly evocative. Oh boy. Yeah. Gave kids nightmares.
So after Return of the Jedi, I just wanted to take some time off and make a short film with dinosaurs. So I thought, you know, if I can make this short film, I can sell it to like educational schools and stuff like that. And as you know, a kid, I studied tons of dinosaurs and the latest theories. And so it was also kind of a cathartic thing that I just needed to do to like kind of get dinosaurs out of my system. And went to sell it, and every place I took it to went, that's too scary.
Yeah.
So kids will be scared. It was like, no, kids will, they'll think it's cool. They'll go like, if one kid thinks it's scary, we can't do it. And I went across George's radar, and I never talked to him about it, but he knew about it. So when Jurassic was mounting, Spielberg talked to George, and George said, you should talk, Phil's your guy, he's a dinosaur guy.
Yeah, Jurassic Park was a really big deal, and so setting all of that up was quite an endeavor, because I knew enough about paleontological history and how they operated as animals and not as movie monsters. So I think that was very important for them.
So the animatics were done conventionally with like Barbie and Ken puppets and stop motion stuff. And initially on Jurassic Park, everything was intended to be done somewhat more conventionally between the full-scale live-action pieces, and we were going to do miniatures. But ILM had been working with computer graphics, and they put together a Tyrannosaur that looks pretty convincing, and we took it down to
DJ Interrupter, thanks for that lurk. Welcome.
That's how we're going to make the movie. Jurassic Park was actually the shot in the head that killed stop motion. It was a very big deal for me that the tide had totally gone out in my department. And it was actually very emotional for me. It was, I got like really sick. I got pneumonia and had to stay in bed for 2 weeks, and it was like...
2 weeks?
I thought I was out of the job, and that was just kind of like, the tipping point, where it looked like everything that I knew, had no value, and so how do you process that? It was while I was on my deathbed, it was like a bunch of people rallied, and Steven called up, oh, get better, everything. Yeah, we went so much on the movie. I was just emotional about it and not thinking. But Steven knew I knew stuff. And the computer graphics guys didn't. They weren't filmmakers. They knew how to make stuff work.
I like how the guy here has got his shirt off and wearing shorts. It was probably so hot in that room with all of these early computers like this that, like, this is like me in the field,
They weren't filmmakers.
Yeah.
They knew how to make stuff work in the computer, but they didn't see, like, the big picture of, like, all the things you have to do from pre-production, production, and post. These visual effects movies that have these, strange creatures that have to be in the scene, you shoot a photographic background plate, you got to nail down like all the eye lines and the actions of the actors, so that everything's going to work when you get it back. And just
working in pajamas before. There you go, Afro Bandit Girl. Yeah.
When Crichton was writing, it was on
IBM
the
Easy
page,
Bake Ovens. Yeah.
But he had the Tyrannosaurus pick up a car with the kids in it and do like a Beast from 20,000 Fathoms thing. It was like,
I know exactly what he's talking about. That exact shot with the Raidosaurus from the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Yeah, Phil's like, no, that's not going to work.
Different, it's exciting to read on the page, but he could not do that. So we have to be respectful of the physics of what that particular character could do. So
yeah.
it's those kind of details, you have to start there. That's like the foundation that you build on. And a lot of the computer graphics guys didn't have that knowledge, so they...
Amen, brother. Anyway, if you want to watch the rest of this, here is a link to the rest of that video. But let's get back into our Nova documentary about the Wankel Rex. Let's return to this and this wonderful stop-motion animation by the man himself, Phil Tippett.
Is that the ears, this little hook here...
That's not the Wankel Rex. This is an AMH specimen there. I think this is AMH 5027 right here, Claire. Yeah. In fact, let's look this up. There's a bunch of different Tyrannosaurus specimens. There's something like 40 nowadays. And this same exact one I saw this morning at Berkeley. And that's it right there. H 5027. This is the same T-Rex as you see on the cover of Jurassic Park. You know? Here. Let me grab the novel here. There you go. You recognize that skull right there? That's this animal. This particular specimen, this individual Tyrannosaurus. H 5027. There are a bunch of different Tyrannosaurus specimens that we have nowadays. This is one of the first ones. I think this was number 3 that was found by Barnum Brown. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. It's Rexy. I mean, it is very Tyrannosaurus Rex-y, sure. Yeah. In fact, I bet you we can find a video with the guy who designed that. His name is Chip Kidd. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Hi.
He's a character.
First of all, I wanted to give you a good visual first impression. But the main reason I did it is that that's what happens to me when I'm forced to wear a Lady Gaga skanky mic.
What?
I'm used to a stationary mic. It's the sensible shoe of public address.
I've honestly never had to wear a mic like that before, so I've not attained this level yet. This guy, I guess, knows what he's talking about.
But you clamp this thing on my head and something happens. I just become skanky. So I'm sorry about that. And I'm already off message. Ladies and gentlemen, I have devoted the past 25 years of my life to designing books.
I love books. Yeah. His glasses are interesting, Lenina. He's a designer. You know?
Like penicillin. What I really wanted was to be a graphic designer at one of the big design firms in New York City. But upon arrival there in the fall of 1986, and doing a lot of interviews, I found that the only thing I was offered was to be assistant to the art director at Alfred A. Knopf, a book publisher.
Is that how you say it? Knopf?
I was stupid.
Okay. I would have said Knopf.
So stupid that
He would know better.
I had absolutely no idea what I was about to become part of, and I was incredibly lucky. Soon, it had occurred to me what my job was. My job was to ask this question. Because that is what Knopf is.
Huh.
It is the story factory, one of the very best in the world. We bring stories to the public. The stories can be anything, and some of them are actually true. But they all have one thing in common. They all need to look like something. They all need a face. Why? To give you a first impression of what you are about to get into.
Okay.
A book designer gives form to content, but also manages a very careful balance between the two. Now, what is the story here? Someone is re-engineering dinosaurs by extracting their DNA from prehistoric amber. Genius!
Okay, let's get to the story of how he designed this.
I live and work in New York City, where there are plenty of dinosaurs.
At the Museum of Natural History in Central Park West.
I went to the Museum of Natural History, and I checked out the bones, and I went to the gift shop, and I bought a book. And I was particularly taken.
Oh, who is this right here, chat? Wow, this looks like our very own Allosaurus fragilis. Holy cow. Look at those beautiful lacrimal crests right there. Yeah. But another iconic specimen right here.
With this page of the book. And more specifically, the lower right-hand corner.
Yeah.
I took this diagram and I put it in a photostat machine. And I took a piece of tracing paper and I taped it over the photostat with a piece of Scotch tape. Stop me if I'm going too fast.
Not going too fast.
Explain it to the youngsters.
Graph pen.
And I just started to reconstitute the dinosaur. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea where I was going. But at some point, I stopped when to keep going would seem like I was going too far. And what I ended up with...
He stopped too early. Shoot. He completely missed the nares right there. This animal does not have a nostril. The nares, one of the most important openings in the skull, is gone. He got the maxillary fenestra right there. He did not get the nares, and he also did not get the postorbital fenestra. So he basically made it so that the Jurassic Park logo would be inaccurate. You know, missing some of the most important holes in the skull. And then I'm not even sure what this is supposed to be right here. Like, what? That is that a metal armature underneath or something? Anyway, but yeah, so it's a lovely logo, but scientifically inaccurate. It's missing the postorbital fenestrae. So, you know, this back here. And it's also missing the nostril. This animal would not be able to breathe. Holy cow. Stuffy nose T-Rex, yeah. What Tyrannosaurus Rex? They've got a stuffy nose. MLF. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Was a graphic representation of us seeing this animal coming into being. We are in the middle of the process. And then I just threw some typography on it. Very basic.
Yeah.
Slightly suggestive of...
So, again, this is like... Yeah, and the teeth are not connected to the jaw. I mean, I guess from a graphic design standpoint, there's also too many teeth on this side, but whatever. Far be it for me as a paleontologist to criticize the graphic design work of a graphic designer. You know, this is remarkably successful. Yeah, but it is wrong. It's got no nose. You know? My T-Rex has no nose. How does he smell? Terrible. Yeah. Also, no postorbital fenestra there. Gone. Gone.
Everybody in-house loved it. And so off it goes to the author. And even
Clearly, nobody in house was a paleontologist. Yeah.
back then, Michael was on the cutting edge.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, family-friendly stream. A small price to pay for a surge of interest in dinosaurs? Sure, MLF, sure. But you know, that's the job of people like me, is to constantly push for things to be better. A better world is possible, and it's not that difficult. think how much better the novel would have sold if it had had the nares there. The nostril. You know? Just saying. So anyway, this is the same skull right there, being poured over by Bob Bacher. Take a look.
For the ear canal. Both ears face forwards. This animal was focused on its prey with sight and sound, and if it was focused on you, you're in big trouble.
But while the head of T-Rex looks like a powerful weapon, its arms were tiny. Perhaps too tiny for a hunter.
Probably vestigial.
Use your imagination and just try to conjure up what it would look like if a Triceratops is running down the street and a Tyrannosaurus Rex is running down the street.
There you go, Frazo. Yeah,
Rex
yeah.
wants to catch that Triceratops, but the Triceratops doesn't want to get caught. Now, if he can't use his little front legs to catch it with, what does he?
The stiff, upright posture belongs to a lumbering monster, an image that stuck for decades. But it may not be what Osborn intended. As director of the American Museum of Natural History, Osborn was a dinosaur showman with a taste for spectacular displays. He made scale models of T-Rex in dynamic fight scenes. But the actual fossil bones were too heavy to mount in these off-balance postures. And in the end, Osborn had to settle for the static, upright pose that became our standard image of T-Rex.
Professor Osborn found the first skeleton, and he wanted to mount it like this, up and active. But the engineers couldn't produce the ironwork. We worked with hollow fiberglass casts and could bring Osborn's dream to life. Why did Osborn believe this great animal was so active? For a couple of good reasons. The knee has this great surface of bone here, the attachment point for the calf muscle, one of the major running muscles. A giant Tyrannosaurus drumstick right here. And attached to that calf muscle was the Achilles tendon, wrapping around here and going to the toes. A tendon so large, it was bigger and stronger than all the tendons in all 4 feet of a galloping white rhinoceros. This great beast was not designed as a plotter. This great beast was designed as a runner.
Not designed, it evolved as such, and its tail is way too... I never understood this right here. Its tail is way too long at the Denver Museum. It's like twice as long as it should be, and it could not bend like that in life. It could not. Yeah, the tail should be... It should end about here. Right there. I just don't get this. It's got like twice as many vertebrae as it should. Anyway.
It may well have been.
And Rosand says, Adam Savage said an interesting thing recently. Huh. Science is people telling stories under agreed upon and rigorous conditions. Yeah, testable ideas, tested ideas. And science communication is about converting that into commonly understandable vernacular, creating drama with scale, paraphrasing, i.e. making the dry exciting and people will be interested. It gets easier, Rosand, when the original material is so dramatic and exciting, like when you're dealing with dinosaurs. I mean, yeah. As somebody who does science communication to make his living nowadays, I gotta say my job is not as difficult as it could otherwise be because, well, shoot, look at this, for instance, right here. This already is dramatic enough. It already catches your attention. It captures the imagination. This is just the bones of the animal. This is not even the whole creature. This is just the bony framework of that skull. you know? That's all it is. And yet, how dramatic is that with those teeth? These beautiful lacrimal crests with these great hollows and fenestrae in the skull like this. It's really something. So yeah. You know, Bob Bacher there might be really dramatic with a lot of his brouhaha about dinosaurs, but he's got a point in some ways, you know? Dinosaurs are, as Bacher said many times, nature's special effects. I mean, look at this. So yeah. A purdy birdie. There you go, Bokun. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So yeah. And dinosaurs are exciting, but so are bees. Bees are also exciting. Yeah, they're a bit smaller than most dinosaurs. Although the smallest dinosaur shares its common name with a bee. The bee hummingbird is the smallest of the dinosaurs. So yeah. Anyway. And Antnem says, I'm glad we don't have to live beside dinosaurs, though, lol. I mean, we do, Antnem. We literally do. Here is a theropod dinosaur being held in a person's hand. This, of course, is the bee hummingbird, Melissuga helenae, the smallest dinosaur that ever lived, as far as we know.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
True.
And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
The Brutzler
and their 41 raiders are both beautiful and smart, and their raid agrees with experiment.
Die Brutzler. Dankeschön for that raid. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's great to have you here. Brutzler, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Here, we were just talking about this.
To becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Ironbark, thank you for the 14 months. Exquisite. I appreciate that. Ironbark, thank you. Check out our Allosaurus skull here. We've just finished 3D printing this last week.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Yeah. Good stuff. Allosaurus, yeah. And there you go, Sculpin. Young Frankenstein. Yes.
Dinosaur!
Thank you, Young Black Economist, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. For anybody who's new here, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Here on Twitch, trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about my field of expertise, what I work on, fossils, dinosaur fossils, most particularly, because that's what I dig up. And look, we've got 10 gift subs from Murph there. Thank you, Murph. I appreciate that. Look at this bird heralding the arrival of these 10 gift subs to 10 lucky chat. 10 gift. That's more than this bird is rated for. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Murph. Thank you very much. And look, we are only 9 subs away from our goal now for today. Good stuff. Thank you so much, Murph. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Oh, like, yeah, if we get the 9 more subs, I'll have to play some ukulele songs. Yeah. Anyway, Brutesler, thank you again for that that raid. And how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Good stuff. Let me know if you've got any questions about dinosaurs right now. We today are talking about a particular Tyrannosaurus specimen. One that was discovered on this very day in 1988. September 5th, 1988. The Wankel Rex was first discovered. Here is a clip.
From the earliest pioneers, it's been dedicated amateurs who have often made the most spectacular finds. Searching out dinosaur bones is a passion of Kathy Wankel. Her obsession paid off one weekend while exploring the Badlands of Montana.
Yep.
It was Labor Day weekend of 1988. My
September
husband and I
5th.
were hiking around this area. I had spotted a small ridge of white sticking out of the dirt. We walked over about in this area. I knew it was a dinosaur bone. I could see the bone marrow, and I had picked up fossils before, and I just knew it was, and I was really hoping it was a T-Rex. I just had a feeling that it might be. I don't know if it was premonition or what, but
She just got lucky.
I was real excited about it. I thought
Yeah.
it was a mega find. That's what I called my dad and told him it was a mega find. And he thought, he said, oh, it's probably just some old cow bones. He didn't have faith in me.
He was wrong. She was right.
Jack Horner did, and Kathy Wankel's T-Rex has become the latest star exhibit at the Museum of the Rockies.
Oh, yeah. Where I used to work.
Good amateur paleontologists are extremely important. There are only a few of us paleontologists in Montana, and and the state is 600 miles long and 400 miles wide, and there are
Too big.
lots and lots of areas that have good fossils in them. So eyes out looking for us of what we need. In fact, in our museum, we have 6 or 7 big exhibits, and all of the specimens we have were found by amateurs. The important thing is that the amateur bring it to the museum rather than take it home and put it in his garage.
Yep.
How did you first get interested in
Yeah, so the Wankel Rex. We're going to be talking about how this important find has changed the world of dinosaur paleontology and where you can see it today, because replicas of the Wankel Rex can be found all over the world nowadays. I was actually lucky enough to visit one this morning in Berkeley, California, when I was visiting the Museum of Paleontology there. There we go. That's the Wankel Rex just a few hours ago. Yeah. An exact copy of the original specimen. A cast. Me and this dinosaur go back a long ways. And, here we go. I filmed this just this morning. Maybe like an hour and a half before the stream started. Yeah. This is at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, California. Yeah. One of my favorite places in the world. Yeah. I live just a few miles from that university there, Peter Steves. Just a few miles away. Yeah. You're tall. I'm not. I'm like 3 feet tall, HD and HB. I'm not very tall. Yeah, could I walk to it? I could if it would take a few hours, but I could walk there, Peter Steves. I took the train this morning. But, you know, I've walked easily 20 or 30, maybe 40 miles in a day before. I could walk there, no problem. I don't have to walk across San Francisco Bay to get there, so yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Naos says, what's that pendulum-looking bone between its legs for? That's the pubic bone. Let's take a look at that. Here we go. This bone right here is called the pubis. That sticks down between the legs, and this is one of the hip bones. There's the ilium up top, the ischium in the back, and the pubis in the front. And, here we go. There it is on Wikipedia there. Let's get a larger one, shall we? There we go. This is the pubis right here. So this is one of those hip bones. And the cool thing about the pubis is it's got this big thing on the bottom that we call the pubic boot. Right there. It extends. It's kind of like this keel that runs across it like that. And the animal would have actually rested on that. That was robust enough to actually support its weight. So when this animal would sit down, it would do it kind of like a chicken. Where it would kind of fold its legs up under its body and then rest on that bone. The pubic boot right there. And there is, to my knowledge, there is one Tyrannosaurus specimen in the world that is mounted sitting on its pubic boot. And that is at the Carter County Museum. There we go. Yeah. There we are. There is that pubic boot resting on the ground right there in between its legs. Yeah, this is a cast of a different Tyrannosaurus specimen called Y-Rex, because it was found in northern Wyoming in the Lance Formation. That boot was made for resting, yeah, and that's just what it'll do, Steely Dan, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's an integrated chair. There you go, Hellcat. I like the way you put that. Basically, yes. Yeah. In fact, there's an old illustration of how this would work. Let me see if I can find it. It's in the book over here. Yeah. This is in David Norman's Dinosaurs, the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Dinosaurs from the early 80s. There we go. Get to our Tyrannosaurs, which should be right about here. There we go. Tyrannosaurids. There's Tyrannosaurus itself. Right there. There's that big old pubic boot. Right here. And this is the illustration I was trying to find. It's the animal resting like this. On its haunches, with its belly to the ground, resting on that pubic boot. And then this is an illustration of how it may have used its little arms in order to get up and start walking around again. There you go. Does that make sense? So this kind of depicts how this animal would have slept. Using that big pubic boot to help keep its guts from getting crushed. You know, it is like an integrated chair. It's a cool setup there. Yeah. So yeah, and Brutzler, thank you for your raid again. Appreciate you. Can we get one more shout out for the Brutzler? If you're interested in what they're doing, you should go ahead and follow them. Thank you, Brutzler. Appreciate you. You get some sleep. Sweet dreams. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Anyway, double shout out. Yeah. Double shout out all across the sky. Lenina, good stuff. Let's get back to our little documentary here with the Wankel Rex.
Fairly good runner.
Paleontologist Jim Farlow.
But I don't think that these simple gestalt arguments, these just sort of looking at it and saying, oh gosh, look at that, it looks like it was a runner, therefore it was a runner, doesn't strike me as an adequate way of going about this. You have to bring as many different lines of evidence to bear as you can.
Yep.
The only direct evidence we have of how dinosaurs moved are fossil trackways. Footprints from T-Rex have ever been...
T-Matt Trix says, what do paleontologists invent? What are they finding new? What do you mean, T-Matt Trix? That almost sounds like an accusation. Paleontologists, we discover the history of life on Earth, you know? Including new species of dinosaur. But we also discover things about species of dinosaur that we've known for a long time, and other species of living thing going back into Earth's past. Paleontology is the study of ancient life. Without paleontology, we would know nothing about the history of life on Earth. Think about that for a second. We would have zero context about who we are and where we came from if it were not for paleontology. It would be like, I don't know, maybe you have, you're watching a movie, but you only have the last 10 minutes. It's like, well, shoot, how in the world did we get here? But how does any of this make sense? If you're only watching the last 10 minutes of a movie, you've missed most of it. You're not going to understand anything. That's what paleontology provides, is that context. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah.
Found. But tracks from smaller bipedal dinosaurs can provide a starting point for understanding larger dinosaurs. A zoologist devised a formula for estimating the speed of any animal from its tracks. Applying it to dinosaur trackways, Farlow finds a few cases where medium-sized dinosaurs appear to be running as fast as 25 miles per hour.
It's pretty fast.
But he wants
it's faster than...
accuracy.
That's faster than I can run, I think. I think the fastest I've ever run is like 23, 24 miles per hour. Back in high school. Me and the cross-country team, we used to run past one of those things that like the your speed things that the police would leave on the side of the road. And sometimes we would actually get it to click over. Like it would actually register us moving, and it would show us how fast. Most of the time it was like 18, 19, 20 miles per hour. But sometimes at a real sprint, a breakneck pace, it would go up into the 20s. So yeah. And V. Nelson says paleontology will also help astrobiology, which would be understanding how life could evolve on other planets if it had Earth-like evolution. There you go. V. Nelson, yeah. That's the thing. If we don't understand how life evolved on our planet, how could we ever hope to understand how it might have evolved on other planets, you know? We need a baseline of knowledge there. So yeah. Anyway. And I've ever accidentally broken parts of fossils while digging them out. Sometimes it's kind of inevitable, Bruce Lee. It happens. You just make sure that you keep all the pieces there. You glue them back together as best you can. And you roll with it. Yeah. He gives you a little smiley face if you're under the speed limit. That's nice, Megan. Wow. Outside my village. It sounds so quaint. But people in the UK often use the term village, right? Yeah. We're not talking about know, somewhere in remote Patagonia, or in the Amazon rainforest, or, you know, in rural Laos or anything. You're talking about in the UK, right, Megan? Ohio has villages. Really, SV Harkin? Wow. Interesting. Yeah. And Claire Burr says, I lived near a village once in the jungles of Belize. See, there you go, Claire Burr. That's what I'm used to thinking of. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Articulate Reptile. Thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Reptile has arrived with 2 raiders.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here, Articulate Reptile. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Let me know if you've got any questions. Let's get back to this video here. And Belize, isn't that where Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid tried to escape to? Was that Belize? Do I have that part right?
Of the formula for himself.
Yeah.
So he turns to the living animals most similar to bipedal dinosaurs.
Oh, it's Bolivia. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sculpin and HD. That was Bolivia, not Belize. Different South American country that starts with a B. Yeah. Northern Ireland. Oh, okay, cool, Megan. Okay. Gotcha. Well, it's good to have you here. Yeah.
Large, flightless birds like the emu.
They're striders. They have a 3-toed dinosaur-like foot, and birds, along with crocodiles, are the closest living relatives of dinosaurs. It's the closest thing to a bipedal dinosaur we're going to get in today's world.
That's the way.
But emus aren't the most cooperative animals.
Don't do it.
Imagine this with a Tyrannosaurus.
Oh boy.
Not only is it running all over the place, it's also biting off your camera crew's heads and stuff, you know? Knocking over the camera
Eventually,
trucks.
The bird is
Be
persuaded.
fast.
The fast-running dinosaurs for which we have found trackways were of animals that were probably fairly closely related to Tyrannosaurus. And so the fact that these relatives of Tyrannosaurus were able to run suggests that it's not out of the question to expect that an animal like Tyrannosaurus itself could have run.
Yeah.
Since that's as close as we can get using fossil trackways, some people have looked for other ways to solve the problem.
The only way to look at T-Rex's speed is to look at it as a machine. You get a tape measure. You wrap the tape measure around the thigh bone of T-Rex. You look at your tape measure, it says 422 millimeters, it says 17 inches. You make a model of the T-Rex, you can calculate its weight, coming around 4 tons. A thigh bone 17 inches around for a 4-ton animal gives you more strength per pound than a white rhino. And that's a fact. That's not speculation. That's not theory. Those are just numbers. Now, I've been chased by white rhinos. They'll do 28 miles an hour in a full gallop, right? They can catch you in a Jeep. So a 4-ton T-Rex.
Especially if the Jeep breaks down, which, let's face it, that's what Jeeps do.
30 or 40% stronger is pushing 40, 42 miles an hour in a straight run.
But are we sure that T-Rex really weighed 4 tons?
Oh, I love this. This is my 6th grade science fair project was doing this exact method. Take a look, chat. Take a look.
If you dip a scale model in a tank of water and measure the volume of the water it displaces, you can figure the volume of the full-sized animal.
Yep.
Nearly all animals are about the same density as water, so they weigh what their volume.
That's not true. That's not true. Dinosaurs would have been less dense than water. They were full of air, especially if they're Saurischian dinosaurs. I would like to do a project on this at some point.
Of
But
water
yeah.
weighs. A little arithmetic, and you have the weight of T-Rex. Or do you? It all depends on the model, which is really just an educated guess. Different models can produce estimates from as little as 4 tons to as much as 8 tons. With this model, Farlow gets an estimate of about 7 tons. On a scale of relative athletic ability, based on strength per pound, a plodding elephant ranks low, and a fast-moving ostrich ranks high.
Yep.
A 7-ton T-Rex is not much better than the elephant, but at 4 tons, it's up among the faster runners. So where does that leave us?
It's really hard to say for sure. There are just so many sources of uncertainty here, particularly in the mass
variables
of the dinosaur, that I would not want to have to commit myself to saying that Tyrannosaurus was definitely capable of running at any given speed.
If Tyrannosaurus Rex was just fumbling around, you know, like a bipedal elephant, it would have a thigh only half as thick as its gut. So if you find a machine, a fossil machine that's very strong or full of air chambers or has a sophisticated set of blood vessels, demands that you pay attention to those adaptations, not explain them away. It's a lot of explaining away going on with dinosaurs.
Some people...
That's the thing, is that what's not being discussed here is ontogeny. How these animals change and develop as they grow and mature.
Ontogeny.
There we go, ontogeny, thank you. Take a look at this. So this is a really lovely representation of Tyrannosaurus ontogeny here. When Tyrannosaurus is a really young creature, not too long after it's hatched, maybe less than a year old. It's like this, very lanky, very leggy. It continues to grow and mature, and it's got these super long, leggy legs like this. When it's a teenager, it looks like this. Look how ungainly it is. Look at those long legs. This would have been a speedster. But then Tyrannosaurus, you know, in specimens that we've discovered since this documentary was made, papers that have been published since this came out, we're now starting to realize that Tyrannosaurus undergoes a big growth spurt in between about here and about here. And so during that time, it becomes significantly more robust. It gets chunky. And so as a youngster, Tyrannosaurus probably would have been an active pursuit predator. But as it gets larger and more mature, it gets swole. Yeah, there you go, young black economist. Yes, indeed. Tyrannosaurus probably became something like an ambush predator, or maybe it mostly scavenged when it was older, more mature, slower, but more hulking, more powerful. Think about some young Tyrannosaurus like this that make a kill. You know? They're able to run down a young Triceratops and separate it from its herd. You know, bite its neck, and it dies, and they're eating it. But then here comes an older Tyrannosaurus from over the hill. He walks over, and he just kicks these guys off the carcass and is able to eat whatever is left. And use those massive jaws to just basically tear apart that carcass and eat every last edible bit. This seems to be what Tyrannosaurus was adapted for. This is an animal that changed tremendously as it grew and matured. So you've got to think of it holistically like that. You got to think of it ontogenetically. You know? That's important. It's important. So yeah. Yeah. Found a reptile bone. Very cool, paleontologist VA. Very nice. Yeah. Anyway. You gotta understand these animals' ontogeny. The way that they grew and matured if you really want to understand them as living creatures.
Take a hypothesis, if it sounds plausible, if it sounds reasonable, they assume it has to be true. But in the history of science, there have been many plausible, many reasonable ideas
Ontogeny.
that have turned out not to be true. And so
Thank you, Delano. I appreciate that.
Procedure scientific. If you're going to play by the rules of science, you have to look for ways of testing this hypothesis, of potentially proving that it's wrong. Otherwise, you're not much different from a medieval philosopher.
You got to test these things.
In order to get closer to the truth, you have to speculate a little further than your evidence takes you.
True.
And I don't know, sometimes that might make someone else mad. So they will go out and look into it and maybe get a little more information.
Oh boy. I should just take this clip. Because that's exactly what I think Jack here is doing. And claiming that, like, oh yeah, Tyrannosaurus was a scavenger. I don't think he actually believed that. I think this basically explains what he's trying to do here.
And I don't know, sometimes that might make someone else mad. So they will go out and look into it.
If your whole point is to get people to go out and find more specimens and gather evidence and drive the science forward, this is exactly the sort of thing that you would do. You would say something inflammatory like that. Like, oh, T-Rex was just a scavenger.
Tier 1 sub to DK Marzipan.
I think Jack is kind of letting the mask slip here a little bit, and I love it. I love it. Yeah. Thank you, Delano, for the gift sub there. I appreciate
and maybe
that.
get a little more information. Speculation is healthy. It's very healthy. I think what is important is that the
nerd sniping. There you go, MLF. Yeah.
That just because one scientist says this is what happened, that doesn't mean that's what happened. That's what they think happened. I mean, that's their speculation.
Back to the Wankel Rex.
Back in Montana, the heavy digging is over. The hillside has been cut back 10 feet, and more bones are turning up.
Okay,
so
what
yeah.
have we got uncovered here? Well, right over here. This is where the wall came up to previously. That's the last.
There's Bob Harmon there.
Is to expose everything in place first, so the layout can be mapped precisely.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And thank you, Lenina, for gifting Blockman's Monster.
Sub to Blockmans_mustard. They have given 251 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that, Lenina. Holy cow, and that's a lot of gift subs historically. Holy moly. A wilder squirter. I've not seen that Lugnudo, no.
The body
no.
ended up on its left side, the neck arched back in rigor mortis. The fact that it's in sandstone reveals that the skeleton was preserved in the sandy bottom of a stream channel.
Yep.
After the flesh rotted away, the current in the stream washed some bones out of position. The left arm ended up several feet away, where it was found by Kathy Wankel.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Tommy Plodicus.
Plodicus gifted a tier 1 sub to BC_.
Thank you for that gift sub. Appreciate that, Tommy. Thank you. Thank you. Good stuff. Look, we are only 6 subs away from our goal for the day. If we get those 6 subs, I'll have to play some ukulele songs about science. So we'll see if we get there.
Broke loose from the jaws and rolled up against the pelvis. The right leg flipped over and came apart. The left leg may be folded underneath the body. The end of the tail and parts
really
of the
spectacular, spared no expense.
Reaganation.
Reaganation gifted a tier 1 sub to Spacing Guild.
Thank you for gifting Spacing Guild.
Channel.
Holy cow, the spice must flow. Spacing Guild now has access to this channel for the next 30 days. No ads at all. Thank you, Reaganation.
Ontogeny.
Good stuff. Good stuff. 5 subs left now.
feet seem to have washed
Or
away.
4 left? That's all we need?
Really spectacular.
Blue laser to the sky.
Blue Laser 2 the Sky gifted a tier 1 sub to Flitzanu.
Thank you, Blue Laser. 3 subs left now until our goal. Holy cow. Tradoon. There you go, HD, yeah.
Taking time to study the bones while they're still in the ground is the biggest difference between dinosaur digging today and the way it was done 90 years ago.
Yep.
Early in the century, the object was to get the bones out of the ground as fast as possible.
Yep, it still kind of is, but with constraints.
Dinosaur hunting
In
was
all
a
the world,
competitive
there
business.
are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Sculpin! Thank you.
Are leading this expedition.
Holy moly. I appreciate that, Sculpin. Thank you very, very much.
5 subs.
We got it. Sculpin. That is extraordinary. Holy cow, chat. Holy cow. That'll do it. We've reached our sub goal. Holy moly. Thank you very, very much for that. They said it couldn't be done, and then it was, Blue Laser. In part thanks to you. Thank you very much. I owe you some ukulele songs in a little bit because, look, we have reached our sub goal for the day. We'll do that in a little bit here. Delano says, every stream is a gem full of new knowledge. With amazing tangents and a great community. Thank you once again. Thank you, Delano. I appreciate you. Thank you for your kind words and your financial support. Thanks for being part of this community. That's really beautiful. Yeah. And did you get the 3D threads I sent you? Not today. Not yet, Sculpin. Although they might be here already. I've not checked the mail yet today. Usually with Amazon deliveries, they show up around 5 p.m., which it's now 5:01 p.m. here, California time. So check in tomorrow, Sculpin. Thank you, though. Holy cow. I'm excited. Should be there now? Well, if we have a raid or something and I bring on previously recorded Denny, maybe I'll go run down to the mail room in my apartment building and see if they're there. Yeah. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Yes, let's check on our 3D printer, by the way. It's doing quite well, printing some more of our Plateosaurus, the final piece of our Plateosaurus 3D print. Very excited about that. Yeah. Excellent. But for now, before I do some ukulele songs, let's continue with this, and then we'll find a good stopping point and do some songs.
Sponsored by the Print Museums back east, whose main concern was to claim the biggest and the best for their collections.
Nowadays, we're trying to learn about these animals, trying to find out what they were like as living creatures. And we do take things like the Tyrannosaurus Rex back to the museum, and it will be a showpiece. But
looks like a well-marbled ribeye at this stage. I mean, doesn't it, Spacing Guild? Yeah. Good stuff here. Our Plateosaurus skull and neck. You're going to see this fully assembled tomorrow, and I'm excited for that. You know what? Before we get any further into this, let me do some ukulele songs real quick. And then we'll continue with the Wankel Rex. Shall we? Let's pull out the old music machine here. The old ukulele. There we go. Yeah. That's I don't even need to tune it. It sounds good enough. Let's do some quick ukulele songs as a thank you to everybody who has contributed. Let's make sure we edit our stream info. Let's change our category to music. Just temporarily there. Yeah. We'll play some quick songs. Let's do 2 for today. Maybe we'll do the Dinosaur March and I'm a Paleontologist, because we got to get back to this. We've got so many videos and interesting aspects of the Wankel Rex to cover, and it's already 5 p.m. Holy cow. First song here, as a thank you to everybody who contributed, is a nice warm-up song, the Dinosaur March. Let's do that real quick. This is my students' very favorite song back when I was teaching full-time. It goes like this. See if you can spot the parts of it that I modified to make them more paleontologically authentic. It goes like this. Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more. Except for birds, because as we now recognize, birds themselves are living dinosaurs. Strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went extinct because birds evolved from small, two-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs that we call theropods. They survived the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous period 66 million years ago, and today they've diversified into over 9,000 species of birds. So, strictly speaking, you could say we're still living in the age of dinosaurs because birds outnumber mammal species like 2 to 1. Age of mammals, it's the age of birds. It's still the age of dinosaurs since birds are dinosaurs. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So that's the first verse and the chorus. Modified a little bit, but this song didn't have a second verse when I first learned it, so I had to write my own. And it goes like this. We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly turn to stone. We dig them up and we clean them, and we raise them off the floor to build a dinosaur. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's the Dinosaur March. And now we're going to keep this song session short because we've got a lot more to cover here. But let's do I'm a Paleontologist, shall we? Kind of the anthem of this stream. If we had to pick one ukulele song that really kind of represents what this stream is all about, it would be this one by the band They Might Be Giants. I'm a Paleontologist. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I seek, they're rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jaws, Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet? It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's That's who I am. 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 There you go. Thank you, everybody, for helping us get to our sub goal for the day. 52 out of 49 gift subs. Thank you again for keeping me here on the air. Thank you for keeping me off the streets as a young scientist, you know? Appreciate it. Yeah. Let's put this away and get back to the Wankel Rex. Ramen funds. There you go, Claire Brewer. Keeping ramen there on my table. That's what I had for lunch today. Good stuff. Thank you, Atreus. Thank you, Makeaway. Gullible Giraffe. Appreciate you. Yeah! Alright. Let's get rid of some of those tabs. And, oh, we've got a... Hang on. Change our streaming category again. Let's change it to science and technology. There we go. And let's take a look at that category right now, science and technology. Looks like, holy cow, we're at the very top of that. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's get back into our Tyrannosaurus discussion.
We're trying to learn something about that animal, so we're digging it up slower. We're not blowing it out of the ground with dynamite. We're taking notes on the kind of sediment that
Yumi,
mapping it, see how it lies
Mitsu
there.
Kitsune, thank you for the
We're doing the science.
chiming in there. I appreciate you. Glad you got a gift sub there.
Well, now
Lovely.
we've been at this a few days. We're finding out that this is probably the most complete Tyrannosaurus Rex ever found.
Oh yeah.
And we're lacking things like
And does anybody recognize who this is right here? If any of you have small children, you might recognize this man. Do you recognize this man? Well, well, well. Well, HD and HB says it looks like Scott Sampson. Really? You think that's the case? Well,
Hi there. I'm Dr. Scott, the paleontologist, and this is a Stingy Mullet.
Stingy Mullet. Stingy Mullet. Stingy Mullet.
When you see a picture of a Stingy Mullet, what's the first thing you notice?
anyway, yeah. Dr. Scott, the paleontologist. That's Scott Sampson, who I think is now actually, he lives here in the Bay Area, like I do. I think he's now director of the California Academy of Sciences. But anyway, there he is right there in 1990 or 1991, probably 1990. So yeah, and it is, you're right, Clipper. That is just a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus.
Well,
yeah.
now we've been at this a few days. We're finding out that this is probably the most complete Tyrannosaurus Rex ever found. And we're lacking things like the end of a tail and some feet, but generally everything is here. And just taking the skull as an example here, just to orient ourselves, this is the back of the skull again.
Yeah.
Down this way is the tip of the snout. It's very wide at the back and very narrow at the front. And even just working around here today, we found that the skull is more complete than we previously thought. And we've also been doing some measurements on this, and it's looking like...
A circular X-ray tube produces a series of cross-section views, like slices from a loaf of bread, cut through the Nanotyrannus skull.
There's obviously little thin plates in there.
Now, the interior architecture of the skull is revealed.
Lobes there. Is that what's happening at the end of the olfactory stalk? Is it really branching into that many stems? I've never seen that before. Certainly well ossified.
Of course, this is Bacher at the controls here, so he's going to say, oh, this is definitely a different species, different genus. you know? Because Bacher thinks that Nanotyrannus is valid. You know, it is a legitimate scientific question. Is this its own genus, or is it just a juvenile Tyrannosaurus? I think the deck is definitely stacked in favor of it being a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, and especially since we've had histo done of, like, Jane, the specimen at the Burpee Museum in Illinois. But I don't think anybody's ever actually cut the Cleveland Museum skull.
To the trained eye.
Cranial nerve down there. Okay. Maybe the third, too.
And CAT, everybody's talking about CATs. CAT stands for Computerized Axial Tomography. It's an acronym. That's what a CAT scanner is. You don't put cats in it. It doesn't shoot cats at the subject. It's not a big cat. It's an acronym. Computerized Axial Tomography.
And as for whether Nanotyrannus is an adult or a juvenile, the evidence seems clear.
Cat-based scanning technology. There you go, Clever.
We're very solid in the brain cave.
The CAT scan shows that in this critter, especially here in the top of the skull, all of the bones are so firmly knit.
Oh yeah, it's fused, because he's going to say that cranial fusion is the indicator for maturity. It's just not. It really doesn't work that way.
So this animal not only had stopped growing, this is how big it would get, but it was an old adult.
Completely untrue. Completely untrue. But anyway, whatever.
The other interesting thing is there's a shelf off the maxilla that comes right in, and it's bigger than the one you see in an Albertosaurus.
It also seems that Nanotyrannus is very different from any other dinosaur genus in its structural details.
Oh boy, it's literally a juvenile Tyrannosaurus.
And shoehorn it into Gorgosaurus or Albertosaurus or Tyrannosaurus.
Well, you can't do it to those Albertosaurus or Gorgosaurus because they're from earlier in time than this critter. You got to consider stratigraphy. It's from the same exact age as Tyrannosaurus. It's from the same stratigraphic horizon. Lance Formation or Hell Creek Formation. It looks exactly what we would expect a juvenile Tyrannosaurus to look like.
The other genera. So it well and truly deserves, it is sui generis in the fine sense of the word. This is its own genus.
Oh, boy.
Another exciting feature of this technology.
And Milicia, I'm glad you enjoy the subtitles. Welcome. Bienvenidos.
On a computer graphics system. The result is a three-dimensional image of the skull, with all the inside information available at the touch of a key.
Pretty cool.
For instance, you can eliminate all the rock and plaster reconstruction to reveal just the fossil bone. X-rays and computers add a new dimension to the work that's long been done with picks and brushes.
Yep.
And specimens like Nanotyrannus can reveal their secrets without a scratch.
Uh-oh. Thunderstorm is incoming. This is a common feature of life out in the Badlands of eastern Montana. Some of you saw this happen in Utah this year during our live streams in eastern Utah. Saw that incoming sandstorm. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta cover up the site in a real hurry to protect it from incoming rain and or hail. The date on that, I want to say it was the end of July, but I could be wrong, Clipper. I don't really remember. Might have been like August 2nd, 1st, something like that. Yeah, in fact, let's try and find that real quick. Here on Paleontologizing YouTube page. It's 8th, August 2nd. Some of these are out of order, which makes it a little bit confusing. But, yeah. August 1st, maybe?
Uh-huh. Who have we got?
That wasn't then. Not August 1st. August 3rd, maybe? No. August 5th? It wouldn't have been that late. No. It's really frustrating that these are not in the proper order. But that's not it. Did we already try the 4th? We did, didn't we? That's not it. Did we try the 1st?
But, yeah. Be back tomorrow, hopefully more
No, that's not it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Did we try the 2nd yet? Oh, I think that's it.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Nope.
Yeah. You can see that.
Studio.
A sandstorm approaching there.
Cornet.
Yeah. Thank you, Lenina. 2nd, yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, let's show her some love. Everybody, thank you so much for, us.
Well, you
We
look
have
at that.
up soon.
That incoming storm.
There's dust coming in, and that looks like it could be rain there, too. Yeah, we're digging up some new dinosaurs here in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, and we've really got to take down our tarps before this thing hits. I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. Wish us luck with this storm.
See that wind picking up.
Here's that wind. Oh boy.
Did I survive the storm? I did not. I died in hideous fashion, HD and HB. I was slain. I perished.
Yeah.
Ignominiously.
What do you need?
I was killed. Yeah. Step 1, die. There you go, MLF. Yeah. It was, this is what happens in the field sometimes, you know? Yeah. Anyway, you get the idea. You can watch the VOD if you would like to. It's on the YouTube page. But I can relate to what's going on here on the Wankel Rex dig. Ooh, muddy the next morning. Ugh. Yeah. This is how it works, though. You know?
Dinosaur digging is subject to all the usual hazards of life outdoors in the Badlands.
Yep. From rattlers
But dinosaur people also have to cope with another distraction
to inclement weather.
that follows them wherever they go.
Media.
For sure, this is where they've been, because we can't see it.
A required skill for any paleontologist today is the ability to face the cameras and feed the tremendous public appetite for information about dinosaurs.
It's something that I do every day, addressing the cameras, you know? That's my job. It's not a required skill for any paleontologist. Most paleontologists never really talk to cameras, you know? It's not really a thing for most paleontologists. But that's how I make my living, so yeah.
It was the largest meat-eating animal that ever walked on this earth.
This T-Rex dig is the biggest dinosaur event of the year. And everyone from the Today Show to the Wall Street Journal is on the story.
Oh, there's so many clips of this on YouTube, yeah.
But dinosaurs are no strangers to the limelight. Back in 1906, reporters filed stories about the prize fighter of antiquity, who dined on giant
Glad you enjoy. Well, welcome to
elephant a la
Paleontologizing.
naturel.
Welcome back, I should say. Talk about this another time. Don Glued, Bob Bacher, etc., etc. Let's get back to the dig here.
Nearly every man asked about
Dollars being spent on finding what the inside of an atom looks like, or
Oh, this is interesting. What's Jack saying here?
so precise in their anatomical detail, you can get at these questions.
you know, we see hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on finding what the inside of an atom looks like, or
Yeah, shoot. I just saw the film Oppenheimer with Ios on Friday, and man, did the U.S. government spend a tremendous amount of money, like $3 billion or something like that, in 1940s money, in order to discover the interior of the atom and then destroy several Japanese cities with that knowledge. We, as paleontologists, you know, of course, are not nearly destructive in our tendencies as physicists are. And we see significantly less money as a result. Shoot, if discovering the structure of the brain of a theropod dinosaur could destroy cities in East Asia, then maybe we'd be seeing a lot more money, you know? That's just not the way things work. Anyway, in Raven's Quarters, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Got a few fossils the other day from someone, always wanted a megalodon tooth. I was wondering, what's the biggest tooth ever discovered? The biggest tooth of any animal ever found, Raven's Quarters, I think, is actually the tooth of a Tyrannosaurus. Biggest, at least in terms of length, if not in mass. Mass would probably be a mammoth. And I have yet to 3D print a mammoth tooth, but I've got a T-Rex tooth here. There we go. This is the tooth of Tyrannosaurus right here. This is a tooth from B-Rex, a Tyrannosaurus specimen, MOR specimen 1120, I believe. Yeah, from the bottom of the Hell Creek Formation. This is also the oldest Tyrannosaurus specimen in the world, as far as I know. This is the part that would actually stick up out of the jawbone. The rest of this is the root down there. Yeah. So these animals had pretty sizable teeth, but they had a lot of them. Mammoths and other proboscidean mammals, they had maybe larger teeth, more massive, but their teeth are a lot fewer in their skulls, and they had smaller skulls too. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Golganek, thank you for reposting that from Araya Thalia. Araya says, as an autistic person, I wonder what percentage of paleontologists are autistic. What their special interest was to begin with? I think rates of diagnosis are fairly low among paleontologists, but I think a lot of paleontologists probably are somewhere on the spectrum. I don't know how many, but a lot of us probably are. Yeah. It's a good question. We don't have hard data on this. But yeah. It's probably more than a few. Yeah, anywho. I hope that's a good enough answer for you. We don't have good data on this. Yeah, it's tough to know for sure, says Lenina. Especially since, at least until recently, doctors didn't like to diagnose women as on the spectrum. There you go. Yeah. And what's my favorite prehistoric critter? Yumi, my favorite prehistoric critter would be some kind of Mesozoic dinosaur. I've got a number of... It's really hard to pick just one. I don't know. I have a command about that.
To becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
There you go. Thank you, Red Zed, for the 14 months of support. That's almost a whole year right there, isn't it? Thank you, Red Zed. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. It is like picking a favorite kid, Emeleth. Yeah, it really is. It really is. Anyway. Yeah. We were talking about funding and stuff like that. Here we go.
About land vertebrate evolution has been asked about dinosaurs. And since the fossils are so precise in their anatomical detail, you can get at these questions.
You know, we see hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on finding what the inside of an atom looks like, or trying to see the edge of the universe.
Yep.
And here, I mean, we're out here trying to reconstruct the evolutionary biology of the past. I mean, what things were really like on this Earth. And we have a difficult time getting funding for it. And
we do.
I'm not saying it's unfair.
It is unfair.
Exactly. I just haven't quite figured out how we go out and convince people that what we're doing is just as important as seeing the edge of the universe.
It's arguably more important in a lot of ways because we're determining our own story, how we came to be here, how we fit into this grand pageant of life on Earth. We as human beings, you know. How did our ancestors manage to survive that cataclysm at the end of the Cretaceous period, for instance, when Tyrannosaurus Rex itself died out because of that asteroid strike? How did our snivelly little mammalian ancestors make it through that extinction event? That's really important to know. This is part of what makes us human, you know? And we as paleontologists have to scrounge for funding while, you know, other sciences not as poorly funded. So yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The final block, containing the pelvis, turns out to
Oh,
be
boy.
much heavier than expected.
Yep. Almost too heavy for the machine. I like how the closed captioning thinks this is applause right here. Oh boy. Yeah. There you go, Claire. That's what I was thinking too. Get some people to stand on the back.
Late in the day, Tyrannosaurus Rex is on the move again. For the first...
So the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers actually built a road to get this out of here, because a road did not exist at the time. But they built a road so they could have a semi-truck drive these away.
The age of dinosaurs came to an end.
And Raven's Quarter says, do you have the final of what the Rex looked like after it was cleaned up? Oh, absolutely. Stay tuned. You bet we do. This is now one of the most famous Tyrannosaurus specimens in the world. And chances are there's probably a fossil cast of it near where you live now. We'll go through hopefully we'll see if it works, but I'll try and put together a map of different places where you can see this specimen around the world.
One of the enduring mysteries about dinosaurs is the question of what killed them off.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, blah, blah, blah. We're going to skip this part. And we'll get back to here.
So elusive that many paleontologists have quit worrying about how the dinosaurs died out and focus instead on how they lived.
It's probably the asteroid, but that's the story for another time. There we go. Lovely.
The new T-Rex now resides in the Paleo Lab at the Museum of the Rockies.
Yep, where I used to work.
It will take between 1 and 2 years to remove all the bones from the rock, reassemble the broken, disconnected parts, and begin to understand the animal they came from. The skeleton will be studied in microscopic detail and compared with other specimens for clues to its metabolism, its age, and perhaps even its sex. The biggest surprise so far is the arm that Kathy Wankel found back at the beginning. A biomechanical study has shown that although it was no longer than a human arm, it was strong enough to lift 400 pounds.
Holy cow.
Just what a 40-foot-long animal would do with arms like that is still an open question.
They're so small compared to its overall length.
Jack Horner as he works up the scientific analysis of his new T-Rex.
Look at that early computer. And there's Sue right there.
A second surprise was the announcement of yet another new T-Rex, discovered in South Dakota at the end of the summer.
Yep.
1990 will be remembered as a big year for Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh, yeah.
Out in the Badlands, and in dinosaur-aged rocks all over the world, countless skeletons lay undiscovered. But with thousands of dinosaur bones already in museums, why should we keep looking for more?
Because we've only scratched the surface. Shoot. There's so much left to be learned. And also, I mean, just from like a money standpoint, dinosaur paleontology is one of the most economical sciences that you could possibly have. I mean, with just a few $1,000s of funding for fieldwork, you can bring back multiple new species of dinosaur or multiple skeletons of previously known species. The amount of science you can do with such little money is kind of unprecedented. Golganak, thank you for gifting Ornis the Avian Fiend.
Tier 1 sub to Ornis the Avian Fiend.
Really appreciate that.
They have given 340 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow, Golganak, thank you, thank you. And you did see this summer. Absolutely, Tommy Plotticus, yes!
Well, consider this. The length of my arm represents the history of life on land. The age of the dinosaurs begins someplace above my elbow, and it doesn't end until well past my wrist.
Yep.
And all of human history, from beginning to end, can be found on the tip of my fingernail.
Yep.
Dinosaurs are one of the greatest success stories in the history of life on Earth. And that's reason enough to keep looking.
Absolutely. Oh, look at this time lapse. This is gorgeous. Very nice. Yeah. And also, dinosaurs are cool. Enough said, Amaleth. Enough said. Yeah. I love that they have a time lapse from this. This is extraordinary. Really, really nice. I might have to grab that and use it in some sort of a video thing. That's very, very cool. Beautiful. Very nice. Well. There are so many different clips that I could show you. But, well, if you were wondering what the specimen looks like once it's finally cleaned and prepared and everything, take a look at this. This is the real Wankel T-Rex skeleton, not a replica. This used to be on display at the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana. This is where I went after high school. This is where I was trained as a dinosaur paleontologist. And those are the original Tyrannosaurus fossils there, laid out as they were in the field. The whole point of this diorama, this display, is to show you what it looked like when they were digging it up. And it does say, yeah, T-Rex. Oh boy, you're right, Lenina. There we go. So you can see the femur right here. This is the thigh bone. There's the pubis, the hips, ilium. There's the tail coming off. There's the tibia, the shin. This is the upper foot. There's the tail extending off in that direction. Yeah, and there's a mustard bottle right there. Yeah. Good stuff. So, for years and years, this is where the Wankel Rex resided. And this is actually a really good setup because all of these bones are removable. If you're a visiting paleontologist, you want to study this Tyrannosaurus specimen, you can come here and you just pick them up. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Back in the late 1990s, Jack Horner made a deal with the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. The Smithsonian gave Museum of the Rockies some money for field work, gave them some funding in order to go out and find some more Tyrannosaurus specimens. And one of the stipulations there was that as Museum of the Rockies and Jack Horner got this money, they would find a T-Rex specimen, a Tyrannosaurus, for the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Because the Smithsonian did not have a good T-Rex specimen. It's kind of crazy that our national museum in the United States did not have a T-Rex specimen. They had a cast, so a replica of another specimen, but they didn't have an original. The United States is one of only 2 countries in the entire world that has Tyrannosaurus specimens. You know, Canada is the other one, and they've got a couple, but the vast majority of T-Rex specimens in the world come from the U.S., and the National Museum at the Smithsonian did not have a genuine T-Rex skeleton there. And so Jack says, oh yeah, give us some money, we'll find you a T-Rex. And then Jack and the rest of the MOR crew got a little bit distracted with Triceratops and some other stuff, and they didn't really deliver on that T-Rex thing. And so Jack eventually said, you know, we'll give you a T-Rex, one that we found previously. We'll give you the Wankel Rex. And, well, the rest is history. Here. Take a look.
The wow crate.
What that contains is the original arm that Kathy Wankel discovered.
Yep.
The maxilla, the upper jaw of the animal, and a lower jaw of the animal. And so that's the last one we will actually seal. And then when it arrives in Washington, that'll be the first crate opened up.
I was there for this. I helped pack up some of those bones back in 2014. Yeah.
I don't think a human had ever seen those bones before. I said, I think I found a mega find. Everybody says Wankel.
There she is.
It's Wankel, that is my last name. It was.
Yep. Wankel is her last name.
Everybody says Wankel, but it's Wankel, that is my last name. It
Yep.
was Labor Day weekend of 1988. Our family.
Yep. How long ago was that? It was on this very day. That's why we're talking about this today. On September 5th, 1988, that Kathy Wankel found these bones.
Camped at Fort Peck, which is a dam and a reservoir. We were just looking for pieces of fossils. We never dreamed we'd find the entire thing.
They had some fragments in a box.
He came out to our station wagon, took one look, and his eyes got huge.
There was only one thing it could be. It was the arm of a T-Rex.
In the end,
Yep.
when we got it all prepared, it turned out to be the first complete arm known of a T-Rex. Went out there June 4th and with a very large crew, and we actually brought it, 1990 now, and brought it back to Bozeman, to the museum on July 3rd.
We've done a lot of research on this specimen. We have determined that it was 18 years old when it died. It unfortunately died violently. We know that it was probably killed by some other animal.
Over all these years, still one of the very best T-Rex skeletons ever found.
So these are a bunch of clips that, shoot, are going to show up in some other videos. So let me find you another video here. Let's try this one. Oh, this is the big one. We'll watch that in a bit. Yeah. But let's try this. Nope. That's not what we want. There we go. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Country move 66 million years in the making. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Smithsonian Institute's National Museum of Natural History celebrated the arrival of the Wankel Tyrannosaurus on April 15th, making it the Smithsonian's first ever T-Rex. Last summer, USACE agreed to loan the Wankel T-Rex, one of two owned by the Army, to the National Museum of Natural History for 50 years.
It's really all about partnerships. Together, the Smithsonian...
Look at those decorations right there. Jeez, dude, tone it down. Oh, boy, we get it. Oh, man. Oh, looks like somebody spilled a bunch of Legos on his chest there. Oh.
The Army Corps of Engineers is making a contribution to the landscape of Washington, D.C., bringing the nation's T-Rex to the nation's capital.
Thank you, Thagameister. Hey, you get some good sleep. I'll see you around.
The fossil will serve as a centerpiece of the museum's new Paleobiology Hall, scheduled to open in 2019.
Yep.
So this really would not have been possible were it
There's
not
Kirk Johnson.
for the fact
Yeah.
the Museum of the Rockies existed, the Wankels made the discovery, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who are the stewards of that land, did a responsible job in maintaining their stewardship over the resources from the federal land.
The T-Rex was discovered in 1988 at Fort Peck Reservoir, Montana.
On September 5th, 1988, on this very day in 1988. Yes.
The T-Rex was discovered in 1988 at Fort Peck Reservoir, Montana. Property owned.
That's the reason why this is U.S. Army Corps of Engineers land, is because back in the 1930s, Let's see, can I find that? There is a little thing called the Great Depression. Here, take a look.
No, that's not the Taj Mahal. No, that's not the Pyramids of Giza. No, it's not the Vatican. That might actually be
What?
the eighth wonder of the world. That's the Fort Peck Dam, and it has a rich history on how it shaped northeastern Montana.
Okay.
They started building the dam in 1933 and completed it in 1940.
In
Yep.
the heart of the Great Depression, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed the Public Works Administration Act in 1933.
The real reason was for flood control, efficiently. Jobs in FDR's world was also another political reason that he wanted to get this off the ground.
Yep.
And so to
Provide
jobs
for people's
in the area of
families.
Northeast Montana was pretty important.
Governed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers,
There
this
we
act
go.
not only created jobs, but built the present site of the town of Fort Peck, with over 10,000 men on the site, creating a bustling hub of 18 boom towns. And that
Yep.
town could hold 10,000 people?
That's just it. It did not. You know, they considered building dormitories, and all of this area up west of Fort Peck town was
Yep.
filled with dormitories and mess halls and facilities of that nature, but they hadn't considered families.
I'm talking to Sue Dalby of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. A substantial amount of the original engineering is still in operation.
4 tunnels,
Yeah.
they built each one to carry the capacity of the whole Missouri River.
Anyway, the whole point is the reason why this Tyrannosaurus ended up on U.S. Army Corps of Engineers land is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was brought on to construct this dam. And here's a lovely, lovely documentary about this. Oh, I've seen this many times. Yeah. I don't know if it's still world famous. Anybody else living in the world can tell me if they've ever heard of the Fort Peck Dam? Yeah. Yeah. But during the Great Depression, when the U.S. was at its breaking point, people they couldn't feed their families. The economy had completely collapsed. So Franklin Delano Roosevelt and his administration stepped in and said, let's improve the country. Let's do massive public spending. Let's pull ourselves out of this depression. One of the things they did to help with this was to create this dam in Montana. And the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers they basically purchased this land at like market value to build a dam on it. So it became property of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
FDR recommended to Congress the National Industrial Recovery Act, which appropriated more than $3 billion for public works in order to create jobs and stimulate recovery of the economy.
Yep.
President Roosevelt signed an executive order for $84 million to construct the Fort Peck Dam in October 1933. Within a week of the president's signing, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers opened an office in Glasgow, Montana. News of possible work in Montana spread like wildfire. A tidal wave of hungry, desperate men came to the state in search of work when any pay would have been good pay and any work, good work.
Oh, yeah.
50 cents an hour for a laborer and a full week of work guaranteed. There was no shortage of applicants.
That's when $3 billion was a lot of money. Hey, I'd love to get $3 billion today, HD.
More than 10,000 people.
That's a lot of money to me.
Soon the Army Air Corps began preliminary survey work. The aerial surveys indicated favorable conditions for a dam.
Yeah.
Which were later verified through more detailed survey work and subsurface exploration. Under the rights of eminent domain, the government has always had the authority to take privately owned property for the sake of the common good in return for its fair market value. Most of the
There are a lot of people who are still really upset about this today.
homesteaded their land. The same government that had just given them their land was now taking it back again.
Yep, that's the thing, is that like almost all of the ranchers who live in this part of the world, this part of Montana, they had been awarded this land for free by the U.S. government, And then sometimes the government comes in and takes it back to build something like a dam. You know? Easy come, easy go. Yeah.
And worse, fair market value in 1933 amounted to practically no value.
Yeah.
Under the double hardship of depression and drought, land values were almost nil. As far as some landowners were concerned, the government was stealing their land.
Well, they got it for free in the first place, so fair enough, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure it was very difficult. I don't want to discount that. But there are people watching right now from places like, I don't know, Europe, who are going, wait, what? The government gave them land for free? They became members of the landed gentry for free? What? That's the story of the American West, you know? That's how it worked.
The first order of business was to build a railroad spur from the main line of the Great Northern Railroad.
Anyway, if you're interested in this kind of thing, then holy cow, this is a great little documentary about the construction of the Fort Peck Dam. Holy cow. It's
Advancement of technology in our century. Today, dams have become highly controversial.
Yeah, anyway, it's really interesting stuff. Here's a link to that. But the reason that this was U.S. Army Corps of Engineers land is, of course, because, yeah.
Over all these years, still one of the very best T-Rex skeletons ever found.
The Corps of Engineers owns this fossil. It is owned by the people of the U.S., so it really is the nation's T-Rex.
Yeah, so that's the thing. The title of my stream today is The Nation's T-Rex because they decided to do some rebranding when they sent this Tyrannosaurus specimen to Washington, D.C. The Wankel Rex, of course, it was found by Kathy Wankel. That's what paleontologists refer to it as, the Wankel Rex. But that wasn't quite catchy enough a name, so they decided to call it The Nation's T-Rex. Fair enough. Yeah.
Owned by
Responsible job in maintaining their
Here we go.
Really would not have been possible were it not for the fact that the Museum of the Rockies existed, the Wankels made the discovery, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who were the stewards of that land, did a responsible job in maintaining their stewardship over the resources from the federal land.
Yep.
The T-Rex was discovered in 1988 at Fort Peck Reservoir, Montana, property owned by USACE, by Kathy and Tom Wankel. The fossil, measuring 38 feet long and weighing 7 tons,
the Rex
is
of
the
the
most
nation.
complete
There you
T-Rex
go,
ever
Steely.
found, and is the first one found
hear
with
it
a
now.
full arm.
Yeah.
We decided to boat across the bay and look for fossils and rocks and just enjoy the day. Happened to come across a little corner of bone sticking out of the ground.
Prior to
And so she said boat across the bay. That's the thing, is that there didn't used to be water here, but the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers built that dam and then created the Fort Peck Reservoir. And this, Kathy Wankel, I think, originally discovered this on a little island in the reservoir. A couple years later, in 1990, when the water had receded, you could walk to it. That was a year of really high water, so they had to boat to it, but later on it went down, they could walk to it. Yeah.
Fossils and rocks and just enjoy the day. Happened to come across a little corner of bone sticking out of the ground.
Prior to its
This just washed off to reveal bone fossil? Absolutely, little Bigfoot. Yeah, that's how we normally find fossils, is you just find them kind of eroding out of a hillside, side of a gully, you know, side of a cliff, the bottom of a wash, something like that. Finding dinosaur fossils, it's not rocket surgery. It's really not. You just have to be able to identify stuff when you find it. That's the important thing. Kathy Wankel found these bits of bone sticking out, and she recognized them as something important.
departure, the Omaha District and the USACE Mandatory Center of Expertise for the Curation and Management of Archaeological Collections St. Louis performed a detailed inventory, a conservation assessment, and carefully packaged the fossil for its journey to Washington, D.C.
Yep.
The T-Rex has been on display at the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana since its excavation in 1993. Now that it has arrived at the Smithsonian...
It was 1990, I think, that it was actually excavated. But it was probably... They were finished with preparing it and put it on display in 1993.
Institute, the T-Rex will undergo curation and inventory before being moved again to Canada for the T-Rex to be specially fit for a custom cradle for exhibition.
And the significance here today is we have one of the best kept, best maintained, most complete T-Rex in the world. And the Smithsonian is going to have the opportunity to have it here for 50 years. So that's great for America.
50 years. They're going to keep it permanently, most likely. That's just kind of how it goes. But, yeah. Yeah. But, on the way out...
I found this. And it was just a little piece sticking out when we found it.
I was present for this back in 2014. I was here. I don't think I'm going to show up on camera anywhere, but I was on here. I was here at the time.
A mega find.
The dinosaur that finally put the Museum of the Rockies on the map of the world was the Wankel T-Rex.
Now it's on its way
Yeah.
to the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History to become the most beautiful.
Those were good cookies. They're really good, Little Bigfoot. They were better than they looked. Oh, boy. There's Nate Carroll right there. Curator of the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. Am I over here? I don't see me, no. I don't think that's me.
From all of us in Montana to the 7 million people who will view the Wankel T-Rex each and every year.
There's downtown Bozeman.
Enjoy.
That was so cute. It was like a little stuffed thing. Bye!
Yep, there it goes. East of Bozeman, up Highway 191, up through Livingston. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And sorting through these video clips here. There we go. Its arrival in Washington, D.C.
The nation's T-Rex has arrived. My team, the excavation team, all of us that worked on that years ago, were pretty excited that it's coming here.
The special art they did on the truck, yeah. That's art by Ray Troll,
So many more people to appreciate.
renowned artist.
This is a really significant thing for us. You know, we've never had a complete T-Rex of any kind at the Smithsonian, so this is a first. It's going to be a centerpiece of the new.
And holy cow, there's Matt Carano. This past summer, Matt Carano was in my van. So this past summer, I was at the... I presented some research at a conference. In Salt Lake City, in Utah, and just before that started... Oh, shoot. There's a photo. There's Matt Carano right there. You see him? Yeah. There's Jim Kirkland right there. I was one of the drivers for the conference field trip. There's Martin Lockley right there. Paleontologist who studies fossil footprints. And holy cow, there's Ken right there. Ken there in the red shirt. Ken who shows up here in chat. Ken, are you still here right now? There's you, Ken. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, both Ken and Matt Carano were in my van. I was driving for Jim. We were the lead van, 15-passenger van. It was like a little bit of pressure driving around a group of, you know, world-renowned paleontologists. Make sure that, you know, I didn't drive the van off a cliff or into an active volcano or anything like that. But, yeah. Anyway, there's Matt Carano right there, curator of dinosaurs at the Smithsonian.
Exhibit. So once we open our new fossil halls, this is going to be one of the most prominent things you see. It's an ambassador for paleontology, and therefore it's an ambassador for the whole museum for our visitors, and it's a great opportunity for education and for outreach. And so it's going to have an incredibly prominent role. It's been at the Museum of the Rockies, comes really from the Army Corps of Engineers, and now is on loan to us for 50 years.
Yep. Which is probably in perpetuity, if we're being honest.
The Smithsonian to have one of the most complete T-Rex here, where we have visitors from all over the world. So I think to have something of this significance in the Smithsonian, in the heart of the capital, means a lot for all the visitors and people that will come through here.
Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. I'm just finding some more clips here. Is this basically the same thing? Yeah, basically. There's Bob Harmon there. Yeah.
We're happy to say we FedEx the T-Rex. We're unveiling what's called MOR 555. Also known as the Wankel Rex, also known as the nation's T-Rex. Its preservation was so good that it ranks as one of the top 5 skeletons of Tyrannosaurus Rex ever discovered. And
yep,
it's
still
really
does.
with great pleasure that we bring it here to the Rotunda and the National Museum of Natural History. What we'll do now is we'll open this crate, which contains the upper right jaw, the lower left jaw, and the arm
Right
bone.
jaw, lower left jaw.
We've never had a complete
And the
skeleton
arm.
of a T-Rex in 150 years. The sleep of angels, are you kidding me? It was the greatest night's sleep I've ever had, because it was like Christmas morning.
We'll be making a 3-dimensional scan and creating a digital T-Rex, which will aid us in the 3-dimensional reconstruction and mounting of the actual skeleton for the hall in 2019.
And by the way, do you want to see what the result of that was? This 3D scanning right here.
Reconstruction and mounting.
Yes, you can actually view and download and print the Wankel Rex now. The nation's T-Rex. There we go. Come on, load. Oh, don't freeze up on me. There we go. There it is. This is how it is currently mounted at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Not only can you view this from all angles, you can also 3D print it, which I've not done yet because honestly, this would be a nightmare for me to print on my 3D printer. I have I print with PLA. I don't have a resin printer. But Lenina, holy cow, you could print this. Because you've got a resin printer, and the supports are not as gnarly on those. So yeah. This is what resulted from those scans that you saw taking place right here.
The actual skeleton for the hall in 2019. It's like the Hope Diamond. You know how much the Hope Diamond is a 44-carat stone, but think about the impact it has on people. People come from around the world to see it. It's going to be the same with this T-Rex.
We're very proud. Proud parents. Kind of have kind of an ugly baby, but we're happy.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
We think he's beautiful.
Kind of old, too.
Yeah.
Kind of old, too. Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. These are so nice. I'm so glad I found these.
It was the largest, most complete T-Rex that had ever been found.
It's a very complete specimen of T-Rex. It's probably about 85% complete. The animal is something like 40 feet long and about 17 feet tall when it's all...
I think 37 feet long. I think I've actually measured it before. I think I actually brought a tape measure out to the bronze cast that's in front of Museum of the Rockies. And I think it's 37 feet long.
Put together, and it represents an animal that when alive would have weighed something like 5 or 6 tons.
There's Matt Carano again.
65 million years as far as how long ago it lived. 18 years.
66.
That's how old it was when it died. They're packing up the Wankel T-Rex, getting it ready to ship off to the Smithsonian.
Yep.
What we're doing today,
I wonder if I'm going to show up in any of these
we're
shots.
taking an inventory of each fragment and each element that are in these 16 crates before they go on the truck to be transported to Washington, D.C.
What you're doing is you're examining every bone, and you're taking a look at it, and you describe each bone or bone fragment. The team determines whether, what type of condition it's in. It could be in fair, good, excellent. It'll vary depending on how it was preserved in the first place.
By the way, do you see, this is something that's kind of characteristic of Museum of the Rockies specimens.
Excellent.
What do you think this stuff is in between here?
It'll vary depending.
Yeah, so like this is the thigh bone right here. You see the big articular end of the thigh bone, the femur, and then you got, what's this kind of like yellowy clay stuff in here? What do you think this might be, chat? Any guesses? Any guesses what that might be? What is this stuff? I have some of it here. Let me get it.
There we go.
Yeah. Cake. It's not cake. It is water putty is what we call this. Water putty. It's something you can get at your local hardware store. I actually use it on my 3D prints as well. So when I'm working on this Allosaurus skull, trying to fill in these gaps here in the maxilla bone, for instance, this is what I'll be using. And this is actually what I used on the jaw joint as well. Let me show you. There. Oh boy. This stuff right in here is water putty. It's used for filling in gaps. It does not shrink or contract when it dries, at least not to an appreciable extent. Water putty. It's not the prettiest in the world. And so sometimes paleontologists and people from other museums will, they'll kind of, be like, why are you using that? It's so yellow and gross looking, but, it works, and it's cheap, and it's really good stuff. It's readily available. It's been the same formula for years and years and years. So yeah, water putty. What's the chemical compound for this? Sticks, stays put, will not shrink. Se adhere y no se mueve, no se encoge. Yeah, this is like $10 for this big canister of this stuff. Yeah. waterputty.com. It's excellent stuff. Yeah. Anyway, that's what you see right here. Yeah, and they're using it with real bones? Absolutely, Spartan, yes. Yes, real fossil bones. This is the actual femur right here. The water putty, it's archival, apparently. It's excellent stuff. It might be cheap, but holy cow, this is one of those few instances where, like, the super cheapo stuff is also the very best you can get. Like, it's professional grade. So yeah, and it can be removed easily with water. Spartan, yes. You just add water to it, and it's removable.
Depending on how it was preserved in the first place.
Then there are a bunch of small fragments that are in boxes within these crates, and they're wrapped in different foams and packing material that have to be unwrapped in order for us to inventory and get a condition on and photograph. We're photographing every piece as well. It was found by...
And there's the chemical makeup. Claire Burr, what is this? Well, well, well. Durham's Rock Hard Water Putty. Old product? Yeah. Talc, non-fibrous, iron oxide, quartz, and nuisance dust. Oh boy, I love me some nuisance dust right there. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, mechanical eye and skin irritation is possible, but unlikely. See, that's the thing. You don't need gloves for it. You could probably eat it, and you'll be fine. It's not going to hurt you. Unless you, like, someone throws a bunch of the dust in your eyes or something. You know, then you might get hurt. Excessive exposure to dust may aggravate pre-existing respiratory conditions. Yeah, so like any kind of dust, don't go breathing it in. Don't snort this stuff. And don't maybe pour it down your sink or your bathtub drain. Unless your landlord does something really bad, then fair enough, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff.
Kathy Wankel in 1988.
And she came across some fragments, not knowing
Yep.
what they were. Brought them to the Museum of the Rockies a couple of months later. Jack Horner was there that day.
I had never seen bones like them before, but I recognized them right away as being the arm bones of a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yep.
And they were the first arm bones of any Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Pretty important.
The Corps of Engineers, the stewards of this fossil for the American people. So it actually belongs to them. And that's why it's
Belongs to
going
us.
the nation's museum.
The dinosaurs
yeah.
are coming to Washington to live at the National Museum of Natural History for the next 50 years.
When the term of the loan is up, it'll be coming back to Montana.
We'll see about that 50 years from now. 50 years from 2014.
We are the lucky ones. We are the only ones that have ever done this. My husband is the coolest uncle and grandfather in the world because he gets to haul the T-Rex across the country.
Pretty cool.
Sad? No, not at all. I'm happy to see it go. We have a number of T-Rexes here. This is Montana, this is where they come from.
So, Museum of the Rockies has the most T-Rex specimens of any institution in the entire world. Jack is happy to have he was happy to have the space, you know, when this thing left.
I think it's great that we can share one of our specimens with the Smithsonian, and that it will be the most viewed T-Rex in the world.
Yep. I love this truck driving up. This is behind the museum. There's like the loading dock back there. Chat, this is where I learned how to drive a stick shift. A manual transmission. This is where I learned how to do that. With my 1988 Suzuki Samurai. I had my friend Zach Winter help me with this. It was super snowy at the time. There was ice and snow and everything. But like driving up an incline and starting from a dead stop, you know, with a manual transmission, you got to like kind of work the clutch and the brake at the same time as you're using the gas. This is how I learned how to do that, was right here. And Yeah, back in, it would have been the year before this, 2013 is when I learned how to do that. Or late 2012. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. We're just rolling through videos here. What's this about? There we go.
6 million years after roaming the Earth, this Tyrannosaurus Rex is still getting around. Carefully packed in 16 crates, the 7-ton skeleton arrived.
It's fun to drive a stick. Yeah, Amelia Bedelia, absolutely.
Shipped from Montana, where ranchers Kathy and Tom Wankel discovered it.
We've got a big baby, and we think he's pretty or she's pretty. I don't even know if it's a he or she.
We don't know. Yeah.
Found their big baby on federal land in 1988, and they jokingly recall
Suzuki Summers, that's a myth, HD and HB. Yeah, no. A Jeep Wrangler is more likely to roll over than a Suzuki Samurai. This is why you don't trust Consumer Reports or other institutions like that have an axe to grind. My Suzuki Samurai did not roll over. You wouldn't roll it unless you're, a dingus. But I have a friend who's rolled multiple Jeep Grand Cherokees and I think a Jeep Wrangler too. So anyway, yeah. Anyway.
Having to keep the discovery under their hat.
And Tom said, I think I'm going to need a bigger hat.
Dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals.
Jupsh. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
The discovery under their hat.
And Tom said, I think I'm going to need a bigger hat.
The 38-foot carnivore will be reconstructed and become the centerpiece of a colossal new exhibit at the Smithsonian.
This is a big deal. The Smithsonian Institution has not had a T-Rex, and now it's got a T-Rex.
A museum hall will be gutted to make room. For now, visitors can watch scientists scan the bones as part of research around the prehistoric predator.
Little kids.
Pretty cool stuff.
Oh, there's monsters under my bed. But if you really think about it, there really were monsters a long, long time ago. Like this T-Rex right here. Which is very amazing.
The Smithsonian
it's very
signed
amazing.
papers to host the fossil for 50 years, where it will be known as the nation's T-Rex.
Oh boy.
For CBS News, Washington.
Anyway, yeah. So a lot of frankly, there are a lot of dinosaur paleontologists who are not particularly fond of T-Rex because T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex gets so much attention when sometimes that attention should be spread around to other dinosaurs. Rex that is outside of Museum of the Rockies. And this is particularly near and dear to my heart. When I lived in Bozeman, sometimes, like late at night, if I couldn't sleep, I would go walk to the museum grounds and just go and sit under the T-Rex. This is actually my favorite spot, was right here in front of the left foot. I'd lean my back up there between digits 2 and 3, pedal phalanges, and then just look up at the stars through the rib cage of this animal. And yeah, sometimes that's where I would go, just to think. And yeah, it's a special place. Anyway. Yeah. Now, that is a Tyrannosaurus specimen. Or rather, a cast of this specimen. That... My maps. There we go. Here's what we're going to try and do. Create a new map. There are multiple, like, Wankel Rex reproductionist casts that exist throughout the world. The Wankel Rex was originally discovered up here in Montana. Basically right up here on the banks of the Fort Peck Reservoir. Right up there. So I think it would be up the Haxby Road. I think it's basically like right up here. We're gonna add a marker like right here. Discovery site. And, let's see. Wankel Rex locations. Individual styles. Let's do uniform style. And let's make these orange, shall we? So we'll say this is where the Wankel Rex was originally discovered, right here. Fort Peck Lake in Montana, USA. There are multiple different casts of this animal. They're spread out across the world since then. Here in Bozeman, Montana, are 2 of them. This is where I used to live, in Bozeman. Let's see, there's Montana State University. Alderson Street. I used to live right here on South 10th Avenue, and later I moved to South 9th Avenue, up there. Right by Cooper Park is where I lived with 3 other paleontologists, like basically right over here. Anyway, Museum of the Rockies is right here. And, right there is that bronze cast of the Wankel Rex. There we go. And, this is what that looks like. This is the same one that we were looking at with Jack Horner in that video there. This is the one I used to look up at the stars between those ribs there. This is what it looks like at night. It's actually really, really pretty. I like it a lot. And
One of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, he's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Yogurt Girl and their 10 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Yogurt Garrel, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing, Yogurt Garrel? What were you up to in your stream? And Valdronius, Yogurt Garrel, Bit Gamey, how are you all doing? It is wonderful to have you here. We are currently mapping out different locations where you can go see the Wankel Rex. This is a Tyrannosaurus specimen that's very near and dear to my heart. It was originally discovered on this very day, September 5th, 1988, by Montana rancher Kathy Wankel. And Mr. Hamill says she was playing some weird sticky ball game. Oh, cool. I'm glad. I hope that was fun. Yogurt Girl, thank you again for the raid. I was playing a silly game called Katamari. Oh. Katamari, Calamari Donbury, right? Yogurt Girl, yes, I've seen this game before. I've even played this game before with Ios and Lordy. Yeah, we know the song from there. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Anyway, we're tracing the Wankel Rex around the world, finding different locations. There's a bronze cast of the Wankel Rex in Bozeman, Montana. Yeah. Here's the original discovery site. There's a bronze cast right there. The original specimen also used to be here inside Museum of the Rockies. Would have been right there in the museum, but it's been sent to the Smithsonian. But there's another hidden Wankel Rex in Bozeman, Montana. Yeah. In Bozeman International Airport, around the luggage claim, there is a cast of the Wankel Rex, also in bronze. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. There we go. There in the airport. Bozeman's actually got a really cool airport. And come on, let's get to it. There it is. Oh. Yeah. At Bozeman International Airport. Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport. There we go. Yeah. That should be about there. Yeah. There we go. So we've already got 2 casts of the same specimen. And then there's the original discovery site. Just this morning, chat, I happened to be... There we go. At the University of California Museum of Paleontology. And there is a cast of the original Wankel Rex specimen in Berkeley, California. So let's put that on the map too. Yeah. I took this footage this morning. Right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. So this is the specimen I actually grew up with. This is the cast that I grew up with when I started volunteering at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Yeah. I did stuff like cleaning this specimen. Stop. What are you doing, Windows? Quit it. There we go. That's super small, but there's a teenage me cleaning this specimen with a feather duster, this cast there. And then when one of the claws got stolen by some university donors who had been drinking too much, probably, I replaced the claw. Here's a link. You can take a look at that. Yeah. This is the UCMP T-Rex. Oh, there's another photo of me right there. When I was about 16. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. This same specimen. So let's go ahead and put it on the map, shall we? Yeah. University of California, Museum of Paleontology. There we go. And that should be... River Zoology, it should be right about there. Yeah. There we go. So scrolling out from California, from the Bay Area, in California. There we go. Original discovery site, 2 casts in Bozeman, 1 in California. There's also one at the Ogden's George S. Eccles Dinosaur Park. Right there. And let me find that for you. There are a bunch. So many of these around the world. I believe I have a photo of that one right there. There we go.
Extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals.
Soundbites WBR, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. There we go. And there it is. That's the Wankel Rex right there. You can tell by the shape of the skull. I would know that skull anywhere. That's the Wankel Rex. They're in Ogden, Utah. Now we've got some more too. We've got one. Here we go. There we go. Deep in the heart of Texas, we've got a Wankel Rex cast at the Perot Museum in Dallas. There is Tyrannosaurus there, next to Alamosaurus. The biggest dinosaur that we have from North America, Alamosaurus. Yeah. So Dallas, Texas, let's add that at the Perot Museum. Another cast of the Wankel Rex. There we go. I think most of you watching right now will have a Wankel Rex cast within about 200 or 300 miles of where you live. I bet. We've got like 10 left. Yeah. How do we stop this music? That'll do it. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Now, where else? We got Dallas, Texas, Berkeley, California. We have anybody here from the East Coast of the United States, perhaps near Baltimore? Because we've got a cast of the Wankel Rex, the skull right there. Yeah, in Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah, you're from D.C. Well, Harry Vetch, holy cow, that's even closer. Yeah, the original Wankel Rex is now in D.C. Might add that one last. But yeah, the Maryland Science Center. There we go. In Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah. lovely. Really filling in the map here. East Coast, West Coast, North Coast, almost South Coast. Lovely. Yeah. Now, let's see. Yeah. Oh, who is that? It's the Wankel Rex at the North Dakota State Heritage Museum. There we go. Yeah, in Bismarck, North Dakota. Yes. Way over here. There we go. And it's a really beautiful cast that they have here. That's actually the one I have as my desktop background on my computer. It's really, really well done. It's really lovely. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Melissa says, what are those little holes around the lips? I mean, those are blood vessel grooves or like little pits for the attachment of probably the lips. Yeah, just like we have here on our Allosaurus. Same deal. So yeah, here in the US, it's really filling out here, isn't it? Here, how do we get rid of that one? There we go. Yeah, not too shabby. So far, all of these are domestic, but we've got some international ones too. In Cleveland, well, this is not international, but in Cleveland, Ohio, they have a cast of MOR 555, the Wankel Rex. I was actually just here a few months ago in late July, early July, mid-July. This wasn't on display, but it is back in storage right now as they revamp the hall. Let's add it. Cleveland Museum of Natural History. There we go. Put that there. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. East Coast, West Coast, Midwest Coast. We got them all here. Really nice. Yeah. Ah, lovely. All right, and I've never been here before, but in Gastonia, North Carolina, this is Gastonia, the town, not the dinosaur. Gastonia is also the name of an ankylosaur dinosaur, Gastonia, from Utah. But Gastonia, North Carolina also has got a cast of the Wankel Rex. Let's add that. The Scheele Museum of Natural History and Planetarium. They've got a Wankel Rex skeleton there. Pretty soon this whole map is just gonna be red, you know? Or dark orange. Holy moly. Most of you watching right now are somewhere within easy travel distance of one of these. Or you will be by the end of this. Gastonia does not have a Gastonia as far as I know, Lugnudo. No. No. Yeah. Alright. And now, random fossils and random places, Google's T-Rex. And I like how they put the dot there rather than a dash. That's the way to do it. This is, oh boy. Yeah. You've probably seen this before. Yeah. I used to get this image sent to me like every single week by friends and relatives, mostly relatives, elderly relatives. And with a caption something like watch out for flamingos. They can strip a T-Rex carcass down to the bone in under 10 minutes. It's one from the meme. There you go, Lenino. This is the Wankel Rex here. This is on the Google campus. This is another bronze cast, just like Big Mike, the Wankel Rex cast in Bozeman, Montana, outside Museum of the Rockies. But this is on the Google campus in Mountain View, California. There we go, and I believe it's right there. We're just gonna put it there, because... yeah. There we go. It's almost not fair. It's so close to the one in Berkeley, right here in California. Look at that. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Google's massive headquarters in Mountain View, California. The mount is the Tyrannosaurus Rex, misnamed countless times, covered with countless flamingos and perplexing thousands of office workers every day. And they keep calling it Stan? It's not Stan, it's the Wankel Rex. Stan looks completely different from this. Yeah. Google's T-Rex is a bronze cast of MOR 555 nicknamed Wankel Rex, found by Kathy Wankel. And most recently, the nation's T-Rex. Yeah, the original having gone on display in the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History in 2019. However, every online source imaginable on this particular mount notes that it's been named Stan, the nickname belonging to the somewhat recently sold Tyrannosaurus specimen from the BHI. So either coverage of Google's T-Rex has been perpetuating the same mistake, or Google employees decided to give the same name to their bronze dinosaur as the Black Hills Institute gave to BHI 333. The former seems more likely, but with the extra news story that calls this T-Rex Stan, the latter makes more and more sense. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link to this if you want to investigate further. But yeah, don't trust everything that you find in Google. Because shoot, if Google employees can't even get the name of their Tyrannosaurus specimen correct, what kind of results is the search engine going to offer you? You know? Make sure you actually read those sources. Go back to the original sources there and figure that out. And Spartan, holy cow, thank you for those 10 gift subs. How far exceeded our sub goal for the day. And look at this wonderful Tinamou bird. So excited. Uh-oh. It's not rated for 10 subs. Oh, shoot.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Spartan. Thank you, thank you. Don't worry about the Tinamou. I'm sure it'll be fine. Thank you, Spartan, for those 10 gift subs. Thank you very kindly. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Very nice. So anyway, the Wankel Rex. You can see it in Mountain View, California. In fact, yeah, shoot, I should go see that sometime. My favorite dinosaur specimens. But, there it is, right there, in the South Bay. Nobody likes South Bay, but there it is. Yeah. So now, those are... In a brief search, these are all the Wankel Rex specimens, Wankel Rex replicas that I could find in the US. Except for the original in DC. We'll add that one later. But, moving into Japan, we've got a cast of the Wankel Rex in the Mifune Dinosaur Museum in Kumamoto. There we go. The island of Kyushu, I believe. In the Japanese archipelago. So there we go. Across the Pacific over here. Let me find you a picture. And does this sit here? No. I guess that's not a picture of it, but it probably mentions it in the text. There we go. Unmistakable. That is the Wankel Rex right there. And holy cow, there's there also is a cast of Yoshi's Trike, a Triceratops I helped dig up back in summer of 2011. So there you go. The Wankel Rex in the Mifune Museum. Mifune, Kumamoto Province, Kyushu Island, Japan. Yeah. Very nice. And we've got, I think, at least one more international Wankel Rex. In the UK. In Edinburgh, Scotland, there is the Wankel Rex, proudly standing. Really cool. Here's a link to this. If you happen to be from the UK or from Scotland, go see the Wankel Rex at the National Museum of Scotland. Beautiful. There we go. Let's add this to the list. Edinburgh. Yeah. Very nice. And then, of course, we have one left that I know of. Scoot out from here and journey across the pond to Washington, D.C. Can you find the National Mall here? I actually don't know my D.C. geography very well. Is it here? Constitution Hall. It's going to be somewhere around here. National Museum of Natural History is right there. This is where the original Wankel Rex, National Museum of Natural History. That is where the original specimen is currently held. So, very, very nice. This is not a bad map for one important Tyrannosaurus specimen. Holy cow, you can see it in multiple places across the world. I'm sure there are many more that I don't know of, I wasn't able to find. But this is just a sampling of the various places where you can go see the Wankel Rex. Very, very cool. And to wrap up here, a lovely little video, which we've watched before, but we'll watch it again because it's so good. Take a look.
Tyrannosaurus Rex is the iconic dinosaur. It's the king dinosaur. Everyone loves a dinosaur. You know, it's always been an anomaly that the Smithsonian didn't have a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
I found a mega find,
Yeah.
It's probably one of the most interesting mounts we've ever done.
I don't think a human had ever seen those bones before.
Over all these years, still one of the very best T-Rex skeletons ever found.
Our family was camped at Fort Peck, which is a dam and a reservoir in eastern Montana. It was Labor Day weekend of 1988. What we found was about this much sticking out of the bank, and we dug around a little bit. We were just looking for pieces of fossils. We never dreamed we'd find the entire thing. The bones stayed in our house, in our basement, till we could bring them to Bozeman. That would have been Thanksgiving of 1988. Pat Leegee, I'm sure they have a lot of people that bring cow bones and buffalo bones, and so he was kind of ho-hum. It was dark out, I believe, and I remember great big snowflakes falling, and he came out to our station wagon, took one look, and his eyes got huge.
We were pretty excited. We stood out there a long time, all afternoon and the next day, piecing it together. It was, like I said, it was fragmented.
I mean, there was only one thing it could be. It was the arm of a T-Rex.
The ulna bone had never been found before on a T-Rex, so they were very excited.
Yep.
Wanted to know if we could find the spot and show them the spot.
If we find 3 or more bones at a site, the likelihood of it being a skeleton is extremely high.
And hang on a minute. There's Bob Harmon right there, by the way. Wikipedia says there's one at the Australian Fossil and Mineral Museum. Wait, a cast of the Wankel Rex? Spartan, are you sure about that? Well, we should be able to find it in Google Images. Australian Fossil and Mineral Museum. Tyrannosaurus. That's not it there, but... Oh boy! That's the Wankel Rex right there. Yeah. That is, that's her. Very nice. Yeah, that... I would know that face anywhere. That's the Wankel Rex. We've got one to add to the list. Thank you, thank you. To Spartan. Good deal. Very nice. Well, well, well. A whole nother continent conquered by the Wankel Rex. The Australian Fossil and Mineral Museum. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Yes. The Wankel Rex empire continues to grow. I know we have one in the Queensland Museum, but I don't know which one it is. Oh, shoot. I don't know, Dinosaur Dave. That's a good question. Yeah. Little Bigfoot says, how many different discovered dinosaur types are there? By types, do you mean, like, species or genera? Because if so, there's about 1,000 or 2,000. Depends on who you ask. Yeah. 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 Where were we? Shoot, where was our video? Give me a second here. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. There we go. Yeah.
We've done a lot of research on this specimen. We have determined that it was 18 years old when it died. It unfortunately died violently. We know that it was probably killed by some other animal.
This was actually on display at our museum, Museum of the Rockies, in the same pose that we found it in.
Yep.
And when the discussions came up about transferring it to Washington for their new hall, the Smithsonian's hall, we decided to take it off display. And the best way to stabilize it and keep it stable is to pack it in crates like this. Ooh, okay.
By the way, there is Carrie Ansell right there. You can see the back of her head. One of the world's greatest fossil preparators. She retired a few years ago. And what a loss to the world of dinosaur paleontology. She herself may have prepared more new species of dinosaur than any other person alive. A living legend, Carrie Ansell.
These are heavy objects, and they're very fragile. Nice and easy.
This T-Rex is actually owned by the people of the U.S., so it really is the nation's T-Rex.
Yep. Darn straight. 5027, that would make sense, Megan, yeah. Yeah.
I think something like 7 million people from around the world will be able to view this dinosaur in Washington, D.C. at the Smithsonian. So, I mean, you can't help but be proud about that, but...
oh, yeah.
I'm getting choked up. I don't know. It's a big day.
I was there. I have photos of the truck and everything else. Shoot. Should have taken more photos that day. I'll see you later, Baja Spencer. You get some good rest. See you around. Yeah. So, but here's the thing.
What could be more fabulous than welcoming a Tyrannosaurus Rex to Washington, D.C.?
Yep. Unfortunately, it's not rampaging through the Capitol building or dining on any lobbyists or anything, but, you know, you take what you can get.
We're unveiling what is called MOR 555, also known as the Wankel Rex, also known as the nation's T-Rex. The Rex will be part of our renovation of our fossil halls, our dinosaur halls, which opened to the public in 1911, over 100 years ago. We will dismantle the dinosaurs and other skeletons in the wing. We will begin conserving them. We will then take that room back to its bare original architecture.
Yeah.
That hall will open
it
in
really is a beautiful room. That hall is gorgeous.
Number of people here. A decade at 5 million people, it's 50, 60 million people. We'll see this exhibit. That's 15% of the nation's population will be in this room. Arguably, this room is one of the most impactful science education spaces on the planet.
That's true. I mean, shoot. I'm here on Twitch trying to do science outreach 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, or close to it. Probably, realistically, 47, 48, 49 weeks a year. This is a powerhouse of science outreach and education. The Dinosaur Hall at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Holy cow. Wow.
Although we've disappointed a lot of people because we took dinosaurs away from kids, but we will be bringing them back with vigor.
Today we loaded a Tyrannosaurus Rex into a FedEx truck and sending it up north to Canada, where we're going to be...
Oh, sending it to Canada. This is the nation's T-Rex. You can't do this domestically. What are you talking about? Shoot, when did we have to start sending our dinosaurs up to Canada, you know? Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Putting actual mounts on it. So these are separate bones. We're going to build
It's going to RCI, Research Casting International is the company that's based up there in Canada. Yeah. We in Canada appreciate it, says Mila Bedil. You were the only ones up to the task, you know? Yeah. Research Casting International, there you go.
And you just stops them dead in their tracks. What do you mean build dinosaurs?
Yep. You can actually print this model right here. So they scanned each of the bones individually, and in a computer, they're able to articulate them like this. And was it here? There it is right there. You can actually download this and print it yourself on Sketchfab. These are publicly accessible files. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Yeah. And Rayzilla says they're shipping it out with FedEx. Bad choice, in my opinion. I mean, you never want to have to ship a fossil, but if you have to, I don't know. Most of the museum curators and collections specialists and people I've spoken to, they say if you've got to ship a fossil, send it via FedEx. They're not perfect, but they're better than the U.S. Postal Service. They're better than UPS. So yeah, it's really the best option. I don't even know about DHL. I think they're not even in the running. But yeah. And who's that's a Triceratops right there. In fact, that's actually the Hatcher specimen of Triceratops being dined upon by this T-Rex. Yeah. And yet we actually have direct evidence that Tyrannosaurus ate Triceratops. They lived at the same time in the same place. And there's a bunch of different Triceratops specimens that all have bite marks on them from Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus was the only big meat-eating dinosaur that lived in that environment, so any big dinosaur bite marks had to have been from T-Rex. Does that make sense? Yeah.
You're not going to believe this, but I'm turning into a dinosaur.
You've got to be kidding, Murderous Squirrel. Thank you for the 25 months of support. Really appreciate that. Welcome back. It's good to have your support. Thanks for keeping me off the streets for the past 25 months. Holy cow.
We've got the bend going up nicely. We were basically raising the tail 5 inches, so we bent the structural steel, and the reason why we did that was to keep it out of the reach of the public.
You don't want people getting their grimy hands on it, you know?
We have steel workers, we have blacksmiths, we have a lot of sculptors. You know, we have artists, like a lot have an art background. We have conservators, preparators, mold makers. It's a huge feather in our cap, you know, like just to do this. And, you know, especially after...
They're honestly like the best in the world. Research Casting International, they know what they're doing. Yeah. Hey, Painted Dinosaur, welcome, welcome. What's up?
This is going to come down.
So what we're thinking is release.
There's Matt Carano again.
Tail and make
Yeah.
it like this.
Good guy.
Straight line. It's incredibly complicated and requires a number of different disciplines and expertise to put together an exhibit, and we work on it for years, assembling all of these different elements, and when you walk in the hall, all of that is invisible to you as a visitor.
In this particular project, the biggest challenge probably has been the interaction of the two animals.
Oh, yeah.
T-Rex standing over a Triceratops, it's basically right on top of it, and to try and get the two skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements.
It's got to be tricky.
It was challenging in the fact that it's just so much going on. The armature that holds the real fossil, which we call the fossil holder, has, some people call
Fossil
them
holder.
antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered.
Any welders here in
Follow
chat?
the contour of the bone very closely.
So this is something that's really, really important. Any metal workers or welders, if you are interested in dinosaurs, you can totally work on dinosaurs. We need more people with your skill set working on dinosaurs. Mounting real dinosaur fossil skeletons like this is extremely complicated and requires a lot of dedicated, kind of rare expertise like that. If this is just a fossil cast, then you can ram steel rods through it, and it doesn't matter. You could just drill right through it. But real fossil bones require, strong, sturdy, yet delicate, gentle holders for those fossils.
Going on. The armature that holds the real fossil, which we call the fossil holder, has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with...
What do they do with the fragile bones? They are very careful with them, Shreyank, but they're still up on display.
Pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very...
See, look at this. So this is actual fossil bone, 66 million years old. You see this one's a cast because this vertebra was missing, but this one right here, that's the real fossil bone, the actual dinosaur fossil being held, a dozen feet in the air. You got to make sure that this is really, really sturdy right here, this metal armature to hold it in place like that.
Closely.
Holy cow.
It's got a high percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white. And then, of course, all the cracks.
Yep.
This skull will be a cast. The skull is the one part that's probably of greatest scientific interest.
Yep.
And so we want to make that accessible to scientific studies.
Also, it's so heavy.
If we position it like this, it's really going to make it impossible for scientists to get at it. Also, the precariousness of the way this mount is, with the skull really hanging off the neck as it is in a live animal, is not well suited to mounting a real bone.
It was so cool to be able to talk with Matt Carano back at the conference. I remember we, on one of the last days of the pre-meeting field trip, we were at a taco truck in Green River, Utah, and yeah, so Matt Carano and I were eating together. Got this gigantic, beautiful burrito. I'm chowing down on this. He got a burrito too, and we're talking. He's like, "So what do you do?" And I was telling him about these broadcasts. I was telling him about, doing science outreach on Twitch, and he's like, "That's really, really cool because that's legitimate science outreach. You're not preaching to the choir. You're not talking to people who already know that they're super interested in science. You're reaching a new audience, people who maybe didn't realize that they could be interested in science." And he's like, "That's super cool, and that's really rare." And so it was really nice to have that kind of validation from the curator of dinosaurs at the National Museum of Natural History, the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. It was pretty cool. Matt's a good guy. I like him. I asked if I could ever bring him on as a guest, and he's like, "No, I don't think the higher-ups would be cool with that." So yeah, but maybe if he moves to another job someday or something, we'll see. But he's like, "Yeah, some institutions, they're just a little bit old school. They're not hip to things like Twitch."
Is in a live animal.
But he's a cool guy.
Well suited to mounting a real bone. I think even if you're someone who has the privilege to be a paleontologist working at a museum and working on dinosaurs, it is really once in your entire career that you might get to do something like this.
You could have it lose a tooth and have a tooth be
Have a
busted
tooth
off.
embedded in the front.
Yeah, so if like this one's missing, you could have it in here.
We do it like a little bit here.
Something that we all hope is going to be around for 50 or another 100 years, and so it's going to outlast all of us.
Oh boy. I still have not been here to the new hall at the Smithsonian. It's open now. Haven't been there. Really want to go. Really want to go.
It's just too heavy to really manhandle.
Just the care it's taken here. Really lovely. Makes me happy.
So you're gonna grab here and here.
It's great filming Little Bigfoot, absolutely. Wonderful editing. They knew what they were doing here.
Any movement on the top. Put stress right here, eh?
Give her a wiggle. Home.
Pretty extraordinary. I used to see these same deer all the time. They'd come up and say hi to me when I was underneath the Rex skeleton. This is the other side of the parking lot at Museum of the Rockies. There's 2 more deer right here. Yeah. Yeah, I'd see them all the time. As I was sitting under this cast of the Wankel Rex late at night, the deer would come up and investigate and say hello to me. And, you know, they get within like 4 or 5 feet sometimes.
You brought it once. Now you can have it back.
There's Kathy Wankel, who discovered the specimen in the first place.
All right. I think I had a bright orange sweatshirt, but I've got a kind of an orange one. And we'll wrap the T-Rex back up. Take him back out to the Dry Creek country where we discovered them in 1988. They're going back home. This is a replica. This is not the original. There it is.
And there you go. The Wankel Rex. Spartan, I'm super glad you were able to determine that the one in Australia, here at the Australian Fossil and Mineral Museum, is a Wankel Rex. If anybody else can find me a Wankel Rex cast anywhere else in the world that we don't currently have here on the map, let me know and we will add it. But what a cool specimen. How important is that specimen? If you would like to learn more about the Wankel Rex, you should check out this old book by Jack Horner called The Complete T-Rex. By Jack Horner and Don Lessam, who appeared in that documentary earlier. Good stuff. I remember first getting this book when I was a kid. I was so excited about this. Read it cover to cover multiple times. Yeah. Anyway. With that being said, it is now time for us to wrap up our broadcast. Let's throw a Smilodon here under our credits. And we're going to see if we can raid somebody else here on Twitch. Yeah. Thank you, Lenina, for being here. Appreciate you. Who else is... Let's see... Creatrix Brit is on right now. She's doing some cosplay and droid assembly. Let's go raid Creatrix Brit. That'll be fun. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. I hope you learned something. Hope you had fun. I hope you've got an enhanced appreciation for the incredible history of life on our amazing planet Earth. How much we can learn about it through the fossil record. Thank you for your financial support. Thank you for getting us to, holy cow, 64 out of 50 gift subs for the day. Incredible. Thank you for your enthusiasm, for your questions, for your raids, for your moderation work, mods. Lenina, Claire Burr, Mayor Space, thank you so much. And I'll see you tomorrow, I hope, for another exciting Paleontologizing stream. But until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go say hello to Creatrix Brit, okay? I'll see you there. Bye-bye.